We are live. I hope I'm all the way live because I somehow think my alias is going to come in tonight too, just like last week. So y'all get ready for that. Well, tonight's going to be a great show. Who spiked the tea? Of course, we got the living room. Special focus tonight on the men, y'all. So if you guys been wanting to know what the men of the forum think, it's going to be good tonight. We're going to talk about the silent women. So I'm a filmmaker. I've worked in film, video, and television for over 30 years. I took a little break, but now I'm back. To another edition of Art Imitates Life with me, Tanya Dixon, in the house again, y'all. But tonight, special show. Now, we're going to go ahead and do Who Spiked the Tea, the hot topics, and see what's going on out there. Get your opinion, too. Please come on in the chat. Feel free. But in the second half of the show, when it's time for the living room, the guys are going to take is the silent pain of Black men hurting women. And I've heard a lot of opinion on this. I really would love to know what the guys have to say and let the guys do them as well. So before my alias has to come on in here, I better go to break and we'll be back and bring everybody in for spiking some tea in just a few moments. Here we go. Art Imitates Life with Tanya Dixon is being sponsored by Tandiland Global, bringing your multimedia dreams to life. Hey, welcome back. Welcome back. Well, it's time for me to go to the tea tonight. Who's in the living room? Everybody go ahead and unmute yourselves and come on in the room. What y'all up to?
Hey, everybody.
Hello, hello.
What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? How y'all doing?
Much good to see you.
Hey, you know, I'm missing a little sound.
Testing,
I think I better bring my alias.
Yeah,
in.
it's kind of in and out.
To bring her on in. Yeah. Bring Tandy on in the house. Go ahead and mute over here. Yeah, let me go ahead and mute.
The room was getting full.
And turn my volume up over here.
We got twins.
Okay. All right. I think I can hear y'all a little better now.
Yeah.
Because I had a lot going on with that. So I got to do this. This is always hard for me because I love looking at y'all over here. And so, so I do what I need to do. Now, I actually had the Spectrum team come out yesterday and they assured me it was going to be a better night for me tonight.
All right.
It's I already know how Spectrum is. Okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
You got a doppelganger.
It's
Yes, my doppelganger is here. So It is what it is, y'all. But how are y'all? How was your week and all that? You know how we like to go around. First of all, I want to welcome Blake to the show.
Welcome
And
back,
y'all
brother.
doing?
what
Welcome,
we
Blake.
do?
Welcome.
Appreciate that. Thank y'all for having me, man. Appreciate it.
Sure. But what we like to do is we like to go around. I'm gonna start with Miss Veronica in a minute. We're gonna go around everybody talk about how their
Let's start.
week was and what they do and all that kind of stuff. So let's go ahead and rock. I see you got that wine over there, so I think I already see how your week is. What's up?
Feel good in a cup.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, I'm doing good. My week was okay. It was a bad week. Y'all know I've been hollering about what I want to eat, special foods that I want to eat. I finally got me some spots and some fried fish
Oh,
Hey.
Spots.
and
That's
croakers.
yeah.
And
Spot.
That's legal.
Okay.
I love
Because I
them.
told my mom, Veronica's my cousin, and so she's from LaGrange, North Carolina, where my mother's from. So I said, Veronica's gonna be eating croaker. And my mom just looked at me like, what's wrong with that? I said, I don't know what that is. She said,
I don't know
because
what
I've
that
never
is.
had it.
You better
Oh,
use
so
Google.
Thinking croaker, I'm thinking frogs croaking.
I'm thinking Kroger. I'm thinking the grocery
No,
store.
but if these certain fish, the croakers, when you catch the fish, they croak. They sound.
Yeah.
Oh,
Croaker fish.
Oh, that's
What
what
is
it
that?
is.
that's a new one for me.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's a
that's
new one for
good.
me too.
I'm still learning something new.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
They
know. I
got
don't know nothing
spots.
about
They got fish. They got little black spots on them.
it.
They're
They
good.
croaking?
Wow.
They good too.
They croaking though?
They're
yeah, croaker fish, man.
Oh
Okay.
boy.
They're good. They're pretty good. You cut them. I don't
This
get
is new to me.
I can't do the head part, but you cut them off and get them split down the back so they can lay open like that
Yeah, for
and
like
fry them with some hot grease. Oh my God, season and fry.
Well, I'll come to your house when I come to LaGrange to see about those spots and croakers because I like I told you earlier, I don't usually do fish with bones in it, but it might be an experience just to see what it's like,
I got you.
I'm sorry, just
Along with your barbecue.
croaker, like
That's how you get COVID.
Yeah, that's croaker fish, man. Croaker fish.
I'm just
That
saying.
mama be like, that mama be like,
oh, I'm sorry. A croaker sandwich just doesn't sound enticing. A croaker sandwich. It's like something can happen to you.
It's just
He
fish.
said-
It's the
he
name of the
said-
fish.
hey, Rick, but you eat food that go, "Mrrr." You eat that
Yeah,
shit.
but it's known to say it's known to do that. You don't see no ducks out here barking.
You know what I'm saying?
you say ducks barking.
What is he doing?
That's just Rick.
Hey,
I'm from the South. I eat duck, hen, chicken, all of them. So we
hey,
good.
look here, Rick. Hey, you live in the water and then they take you out and put you in some air and you can't breathe. You gonna be making you make noises too.
That's where your name would come from too, huh?
You know what I'm saying? That's all it is.
Well, to end my days, the shout out, y'all. I do want to say, my grandmother would have been here. She would have been 100 years old today.
Oh man.
Oh,
May rest in heaven. May rest in heaven, Grandma. I love you and miss you so much.
Heavenly birthday.
I know that's right.
Rest in peace. Yeah.
R.I.P. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Veronica, for sharing your croaker experience with us. Still gotta see about that. I'm gonna see about that when I come to MC. I gotta see about that croaker.
Why are you coughing? Y'all got that croaker. Like, no.
I bet you can't go on Papa those.
I think y'all talking about Kroger, like a store she needs to go to.
That's where they got it from. They got it from aisle 3 on
Kroger
Kroger.
spot.
He said, "Put it on aisle 3 on croaker."
They eat a lot of tilapia around here too. I'm not too keen on tilapia.
I don't like tilapia. It's too
Hey,
thin and bitter.
Hey,
Thin and bitter.
you know what? I'm gonna put that in one of the songs, man. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
Lord.
Oh Lord.
Yeah,
About
That's
Kroger.
gonna be interesting.
So the croaker.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Look.
Hey, you
can
guess
we get a spelling
like
of it out here? Can we like get it in like
croaker fish,
words?
yeah.
I don't
As
know
long
how to
as
get
Look it
that.
up.
Hey,
Look it
really,
up.
really
Google
though. As long as they don't name it after medicine, we good.
all
I
right.
got a DISD education. I can't spell that.
Yeah.
Oh, look at
He
her.
got that croaker.
All right, Rick. Rick, how was your week? Rick, this monster, how was your week and what you got going on?
Man, you talking about weeks, like the way that the industry is going, you know, with the mortgage, it's crazy. So the workloads have shifted. Been doing like 10-hour shifts for like the last 3 weeks. Start to forget yourself. But yeah, it was so bad. I thought that yesterday was today. I thought yesterday was today. Like I worked.
No.
I did
I'm
too.
missing a day
I
one.
swear.
You're a day
yesterday was
ahead?
crazy.
Man, like I've been working so much overtime. Like, yo, I've been out here, no complaints, none. Let me shut up. No, it's working. As a matter of fact, got some good news. I'll definitely share after the show in terms of the art realm here in Dallas.
Yeah,
I'm looking
right.
forward to that. That's popping, so that's getting rejuvenated. Getting back to the gym and going back to the gym full fledged. Yo, it's yeah, it's real. It's real.
All right.
Hey, can I brag on Rick's artwork for a second? If y'all haven't been over Rick's house, this dude here is like a genius, like slash Picasso, like the nigga Picasso, basically. Like man, it was bad. That was bad. He done 2 projects for me, and like them, where my camera at? 2. Like I said, them bad boys. I'm not even in my studio. I wish I could show him right now, but yeah, he a bad man.
Wow.
I appreciate that, brother.
Yeah, he's bad. He's a bad boy.
Yeah.
He's
a bad man.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you get for free, though. That's how you get it free.
And a dream fast.
But Rick he's been promising me some stuff for a couple of years. No, about 5 years now. It's been about 5 years.
As soon as she makes her mind up.
Oh, okay. That's the hold up. Okay.
You gotta stay on his ass.
Well, but you done shifted it on to me.
No. It's Rick. I know Rick. It's Rick.
You're not gonna put that in my commode.
I got a question for you. But I ask you later.
You know what I'm saying? I'm waiting on Tanya. Whenever she say, "Hey,
all right,
that's
how you gonna come through?"
Hey,
I can't believe it.
Hey, you tried the free throw. I want Matumbo on that.
No. Not in my house.
Hold on. You blocked a free throw?
You know what I'm saying? Not.
You blocked the free throw?
He tried the layup. She tried the layup. And we went
you could have got a penalty.
I sure did.
Wow. You gotta come into my house. This is my house.
I went up from the side.
In my house.
Rick, stay with the artwork, my brother.
I'm gonna tell Rick what I want and where. I'm gonna tell him to see what happened. Okay, I'm telling him. Go tell him. All right.
All right.
Thank you, Rick. Blake, welcome, and tell us about you and what you have going on.
What happened to ladies first? You forgot about Miss Margo. Oh, she a regular. Are you a regular, Miss Margo?
Yeah, I'm a regular.
Okay, my bad. All right. I'm sorry. My name is Blake B. I'm from Dallas. I sell bundles. I sell food stamps. I sell. Excuse me. I'm a Gemini. I like to have fun.
I see now.
But
you fit right on in.
We'll let you know what we need later. Just
Yeah.
I'll let your boy.
Hook it up.
You don't want them alphabet boys coming after you.
Player.
We don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know?
Matter of fact, whoops.
Yep.
get your face off there, bro.
Hey, look here. Hey, he gonna turn into Shaggy real quick. It wasn't me.
I forgot we already 40 minutes live, so it's like that.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
But yeah, and then my week's been it's been off and on. I actually just got back from taking the wife and my terrible 2 out of town just to get away.
Beautiful baby too. Beautiful baby.
Appreciate it. Come help me babysit the motherfucker. Come out beautiful. I'm just saying, she my twin, but she bad. Like, I got a quick question, ladies. Like, what do you do with 2-year-olds playing with tampons? Because like, I still don't know what to do right now. I need help.
I can tell you that on the after show. So I can
Hey, look here. What you do? You tell them, not yet, baby. You too young. Not yet.
You just put them
not
up.
Yet. You just remember this.
See,
in a couple of years.
The messed up part was
just tell her slow down.
she was playing with it for like 3 weeks, and I thought it was like a piece of her toy. I didn't know. Don't judge
No,
me.
Not at 2. Not at 2.
Yeah. You tell her slow down, Turbo. You know what I mean?
She had to build. She put a little blocks up and put it as a flag on the castle. I thought.
Oh, that's the creativity part.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't understand it. I don't know. I ain't never had no sisters, but other than that, we just got away. I try to get away around this time every year. For y'all who don't know, I lost my son July 14th, 2018, Rick?
Yeah, 18.
Yeah. I appreciate it. That was my king. That's my firstborn.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Sorry
it.
To hear that, brother.
I do a lot.
Oh, hey. I appreciate it, man. I ain't gonna lie. It took me 2 years, 3 years to battle depression and anxiety. I had good people actually like Rick just to call in, and Rick is actually a really good brother, so I don't try to dick ride, but that's my bro right there. He looked after me. He made sure I was good.
He's a Looney Tune, but we love him.
Oh yeah, he Tasmanian devil. Look at and we ain't gonna talk about it. But
Rose, he started early.
I heard it on earlier. I heard that one earlier.
Started early. Okay.
But other than that, I make music for a living, so yeah, that's about it, really. I'm just a black man trying to make it.
All right.
Well, welcome to the show.
Thank you for being here. Yes, like Veronica said, welcome to the show. Yes. And Mr. Mind Right, what you got going on?
Man, just school. You know what I mean? I finished my last classes this past week. You know what I'm saying? And then as soon as I finished that, I kind of got back on track with the cybersecurity program. Just been chilling, vibing. Ended up having some feedback from these applications I've been putting in finally. So had some interviews this past week. Yeah. Had some interviews this past week. Got one Monday. That kind of got 2 companies coming after me right now. So, and then really, man, I just been in the lab and I've been sharing with y'all, you know what I'm saying, this week on some of the projects I've been working on. You know what I mean? So I just been in the lab, and then based off of my TikTok videos, I had some cats, pretty much like what I'm doing on TikTok with the music, and then they start sending me beats. Okay. So that's kind of what I've been doing. So when y'all, I don't know if y'all follow or see it, but when you see me pushing out these videos, it's people sending me their beats, asking me to show the beat some love or whatever. So I get in the lab and just kind of do what I always do. So,
how is that you don't know you got the notification?
Yeah. So right now, I hear you, Blake. Right now, it's just kind of me like, we talked about this last week, being confident with myself. Because, I start thinking, hey, I'm 42. I'm sitting here trying to rap and I don't really worry about what people say, but I worry about
what's the problem being 42?
Yeah. You know what I mean?
That's like when that shit comes out because you have experience and wisdom. They're not considering it because that's how the industry is built. In the mindset of these kids, you're not supposed to age well with your words and your art.
Yeah, let's not talk about no age now because I got all you. I got all you.
You can't.
Good things come in age. Good things come.
It's syndromic. It's syndromic to put an age on talent. It's very syndromic.
Yeah, I believe that. So with that, man, just really just working on the projects. Like I said, I shared some with the group. You know what I mean? A couple of them. But that's pretty much where I'm at, man. Just, vibing and chilling. You know what I'm saying? I do my 36 to 48 hours every day. I don't go to sleep and then I crash, but that's it. That's pretty much it, man. It ain't too much. Just be chilling. You know what I'm saying? Sitting back and relaxing. You know what I'm saying? In my Zen zone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm gonna get you. I know I'm gonna get your behind because last night I was drifting.
Oh, and I woke you up.
And somebody came into the group chat and said, "Y'all wake y'all asses up."
Yeah.
Woke me up.
Nah, what was that? That was like 3-4 this morning, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Close to five. Like, what
I
is
woke up, looked at it like this, and rolled right back over.
Yeah. I had just finished that song. That's why.
And
You
I
would be
was
mad at me because I would
struggling.
just send a message right back. What's up, man? What's
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, my eyes were wide awake. And it took me a couple hours, but I went back. But oh, man, I was like, I'm gonna get Mike. Oh, I'm gonna get Mike.
But you do get a thumbs up, Mike. You do get a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Right on.
All right, thanks, Mike. Thank you. Margo, go. What you got going on? And all your purple.
Yeah.
Beautiful tonight.
That's my favorite color because I think about the color purple, how it's ignored and unseen, but it's the most beautiful. So yeah.
Yeah. I actually
You're the cute version of Barney.
I've actually played Nettie for a short bit on a couple of little things back at Houston Tillison when I was in the Upper Brown program. So I know.
I remember Upward Brown. I remember Upward Brown.
But besides that, I haven't really been doing much this week. It's been kind of a slow week, but it's been a lot of either self-reflection and just kind of catching up on, what do I feel like I want to do with the time frame I still have left to be away from work. I had ended up getting a tip from a coworker today talking about, well, they kind of want us to come back a little bit sooner than we was expecting. So I have to check back into that because that sound kind of fishy. It's kind of like they want to pull us in to give some other teachers a break so they can take a quick trip for the summer. But I don't know. I'm like, look, the wording in the paperwork first before I just like, hey,
y'all been off all summer. Y'all better bring y'all butts back here and let us know.
No, we coming back, but we coming. I don't want to come back to kids that y'all had that I don't know. I want to come back to just the 2 weeks of training. I put it that way. I just want to come back to the 2 weeks of training, not to the kids that y'all had that might be bad that I don't know. And I'm just.
What grade you teach?
I teach preschool. I work with 3 to 5 year olds, 3, 4, and 5 year olds. So yeah, I teach. I've been doing it for 16 years, actually 16 years. So
where you at? Like, were you in Dallas or Houston? Or?
No, Austin, Texas. Damn. So it's been a passion of mine. Didn't know I would be in this field for that long period of time because I actually went to school for something else, for like business management and administration. But it kind of got me because I had 2 kids of my own, and so they moved through the program as well as it just worked with our schedule. Them going to school and me going to work, it just worked. So I've been there.
Okay.
So I didn't work with all kind of kids, all kind of problems. So it ain't new.
I don't trust public schools. I was trying to go ahead and see if I can find
You be looking on online for like different concerts and stuff, and do your rap thing and everything. There's something going on in New York, I think, this weekend. I want to say either one of the Fat Boys. I think it's one of the Fat Boys, or one of them, or Run DMC. I think it's one of Run DMC. What's his name? They're doing something in New York. They're having a big festival or something in New York, and they're gonna have. I think it's like a throwback. If y'all can look that up on Facebook, on the internet, y'all can look it up. Listen out for a young man that's going to be up there. He's going to be from Mississippi. That is my god nephew, and he is off the chain.
Shout out, respect.
I can't keep up with you and them godchildren and nephews. And
that's my best friend. It's my best friend's son.
She's the best one from the third cousin.
I like the kids.
Third cousin twice removed.
Yeah. It's my mama's sister's nephew's baby.
All right, we'll keep up with it. We're gonna check it out, Rod. I'm gonna have a harder time keeping up with all your guys' children and stuff. But we'll check out the kids.
Yeah. I told my sister, I said, if anything happened to me, when you get ready to do my tombstone, just put up there the old lady in the shoe.
You know what?
Oh. You ain't gotta down yourself now.
I mean, I
say auntie.
I track kids. I don't just track kids. I don't have it on my own. So
those are your
whenever
kids.
my friends have kids,
Mama number 2.
Right.
They need
that.
Stay there and they like that.
It takes a community to raise a child.
I know that's right.
Yeah, man.
Thank you to Margo. Thank you to Rock. Y'all, my week was, I don't know, I just kind of like existed. You know, Margo knows, I talked to Margo and Veronica. They know I was in a deep funk this week because I'm so close to the answers that I need for what's been plaguing my health this year. And I kind of lost it this week for a moment. I just was at my wit's end. But I'll be okay. You know, it's time is passing. We're getting there. I'll get there. I'll find out. This week's goal is to not do the PV. Y'all know what that is? If you don't know what it is, I ain't gonna say it because it's too gross. Well, I told Rick the other night. Rick said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Oh, I'm trying to keep from vomiting." So it's been just like a bit of a rough week, but we're gonna get through it and get the answers and stuff that's needed. Because whether they're answers you want or not, sometimes you just need them. You just need the right answer so that you can go forward and heal yourself from here.
Can I encourage you with something?
Sure.
Sea moss.
Yeah, I got 2 bottles of that in the refrigerator.
Sea moss.
Yeah.
I had to get some out.
I've heard about it, but I don't know enough about it.
Don't
tell me more about it and how do you eat it?
Yeah, you take you take like a teaspoon or a tablespoon a day, you know, mix it with a shake or, you know, throw it with your food, or you can just take it and scoop it if you want to. Yeah. I mean, it really ain't got no taste. That's why, but I mean, you know, depending on your taste buds, but a lot of people just mix it with like a shake or something, like a fruit, you know, a vegetable shake or a fruit shake or something like that.
Okay.
Is it
slow down on meat?
Oh, slow down.
I'm having a real aversion to meat right now. Just not feeling it. Not feeling meat.
I'm wondering if the sea moss could be used in anything else, like for.
No, it has a lot of health implications. You got to if you Google it, you'll see everything that sea moss is tied to. It's got a lot of health implications. So it's a good thing.
I'm looking at it when we get off the show tonight.
Okay.
A lot of herbalists use them.
Yeah, I got a purple one and I guess a regular color one, a white one, I guess, but I got a white one and a purple one in the refrigerator.
Okay.
It's supposed to have like what 96% of the vitamins that your body is supposed to have in it. So that's the whole reason. Don't quote me though, I could be wrong. So you know what I'm saying?
I'll research it.
Yeah, what I want to do is, you know, like I said, I'll go to my doctor on Monday. And I just want my diagnosis because, you know, I don't like Western medicine, but I just want what's going on. And then I know me, I'll treat it more naturally, holistically. I don't like the prescription drugs and all that kind of stuff. So I'll take a different approach, but I just want to find out the answers first.
So I'll tell you this because I've been doing this. I ain't even tried to. I just end up doing it. Fasting. And I mean, when I say fasting, I'm talking about like fasting, like you're
meat.
Like you're pretty much either on a pure vegetable diet, you know, fruits and vegetables diet, and fluids. You know what I mean? Right. So, and a lot of your natural stuff, people don't realize it, but you know, onions, garlic, you know, tamarind, what is it? Turmeric, elderberry,
cloves, cinnamon,
pomegranate,
echinacea tea,
ginger, you know, all of that. So fasting is a beast, and I'm gonna tell you, and the reason I know this because getting out the military and relieving all that stress, and then just being up. I'm up like 36 to 48 hours. I only eat like once a day, one and a half times a day, and you know, I lost 45 pounds since October. You know what I mean? And I ain't did a push up, sit up. I ain't walked a mile. I ain't did a crunch. I ain't did nothing.
Right.
So a lot
that
of people,
drugs to me.
but no, I'm just saying. But when I go back and I assess, like, man, like, what did I do? What was I doing? I keep that fruit bowl full, and then you know I snack here and there, and then I realized that me eating like that 1.5 times a day, that's pretty much been fasting. And then when I do crash and when I go to sleep, I sleep for like 12, 13 hours, and then I'm up, and then the cycle repeats itself. And
I do that most of the time. I don't eat but one time a day.
Yeah.
I can't. It's like I get up in the morning about 10, 11. I can't eat when I first get up. During the summertime, I do more drinking than I do eating. I can't. Yeah. It's too hot.
Yeah.
If you wake up in the morning, drink something hot or warm, like
and what I was going
juice or something like that to get your digestive system going first thing in the morning.
What I was going to tell you, Tanya, what I was going to tell you was, I got out the military on medical, so a lot of the things that was ailing me when I first got out, and I don't know if my body was actually going through the transition, but I was kind of like hurting, dizzy, sickly, and everything else. But after so many months, like all that stuff went away. Like all that stuff went away, and I'm doing my own self-analysis here, and after doing some of the research, I'm like, man, I've been fasting, but not even realizing that I've been fasting. Man, I ain't been eating this type of food. Like right now, when I eat out, so if I eat fast food right now, trying to get something quick, it tear my whole stomach up. You know what I'm saying?
You know why, right? You know why, right?
What's up? School me.
So, like, one thing that we were always trained to do is eat 3 meals a day. Everybody don't eat 3 meals a day. Think about it. Like I said, we're trained to eat protein, we're trained to eat carbs, all this extra stuff, blah, blah, blah. However, you're only supposed to eat to not necessarily get full, but to get, like, famished, you know what I'm saying? Like, kind of cool. Meat is a hell of a killer. Like, if you eat meat, you eat nerves, you're eating, like, a whole bunch of neurons, you eat literally stuff that's gonna either trigger you or make you sick or gonna mess with you mentally. I mean, again, like, people who always eat like raw pork, especially like military, they probably fed y'all a whole bunch of protein just to keep the muscle mass. But in reality, what they were doing too is they were messing up your minds because, again, you're triggered to do this. You're triggered that, again, I need blah, blah, blah just to survive. And then once you cut that off, your whole body loses it. You die out. I mean, again, some people go through that postpartum.
Man, so it's been a journey. But again, I just kind of cap this off with this. You got to do what fits you and your body. You can try various methods, but don't try it to the point where you just out of there. You know what I mean? Like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you feel something ain't right, and you're like, just kind of slow down or alter your course a little bit. But everything is trial and error for you until you find out what works for you.
What's for you? I've been wanting to turn to that like the Impossible Meat, Impossible Burger, vegetable based foods.
Yeah, plant.
I've been wanting to try those out myself, to see how they are, for a little bit.
All right.
And if you don't want to start there, you can always do like salmon burgers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm just having a problem wanting anything. You know what I want? I told Margo what it was, and Veronica, Margo know the really bad habit.
I just say do it if it's
it's a really bad habit that I have developed that I want every day, and it's the only thing I want, and it's a soda pop. I don't drink sodas, so all I want is a soda pop. I don't care about the food. Like, I had some soup today, and I told my mom, I said, I think I'm hungry, so I ate a little more soup.
Stay away from root beer.
Can you taste the stuff?
Huh?
Can you taste your food?
I'm tasting it fine. I have no problems with taste or anything like that. It's just everything feels like it's up to here. I feel like I'm full every day. Everything is right here. And I feel sick. The chest hurts, stomach hurts. It's an everyday occurrence. And just no appetite, just none. And even the soda doesn't feel good.
You need the boo-boo. That's what you need to do.
Day.
You need to get you some Metamucil.
Every day, plus the projectile. And see, that's what bothers me is that I have to calm myself. Like I do cinnamon every day. I love doing cinnamon, just like the
cinnamon challenge is like.
I used to do more, but I could do like I do just like a half a teaspoon or fourth a teaspoon. Yeah. I let it sink down in my mouth and dissolve, and then I chew it sometimes. I drink some water, but last night my body said we don't want that, and the moment I ate it, it just came back.
Yeah, but cinnamon, lemon, and honey. When you make the little concoction, kind of like
what now?
Cinnamon, lemon, honey. And it's almost kind of like a tea, yeah.
Hot toddy.
And it helps inflammatory and like bacteria from growing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Now I'll try something different.
If you want to get real with it, just throw in some garlic in there too.
Okay.
Garlic is the best.
Last night,
I love it. It comes out. It comes out my skin.
Really?
I love it.
Okay, because last night my body said, "Get out of here with that cinnamon," and so that's why I'm very careful every time I eat now. I make sure that nothing comes out. So I have to take some time. After
I had post-COVID. Honestly.
Huh?
It sounded like you had post-COVID because I remember when I caught it, I didn't, I wasn't sick the whole entire 2 weeks, whatever. I was only sick for like 2 or 3 days because I eat a lot of like herbs and stuff. So like, if you're eating meat, anything, your body just reset it. That's all it's telling you. Hey, stop eating this. We can't take it no more. You already detox for a week. Start back over. It's the perfect time.
Yeah, I think I have this I have asthma that's pretty ugly right now, and my lungs are not behaving well. So that's why I believe something is going on in there. And Jimmy, hi Jimmy. Jimmy is saying, damn Tanya, check out something called gastroparesis.
That's gonna make you
I don't know what that is, but I'll check it out. I'll definitely check it out. Well, before my system does something crazy again over here, because y'all saw I was gone for a minute. Go over here. My other personality was gone for a minute. So let me go, and we're gonna go ahead and go to Who Spiked the Tea. So let's see if we can run a quick opening for Who Spiked the Tea, and then we can get into some stories if I could find stuff. Here it is. Oh, here we go. Well, you know what? I like it. Does me no good to be playing little songs and stuff like that if I don't have my stories pulled up. But I got my stories pulled up now. We're not going to go too far into a lot of these stories because the goal tonight is really to concentrate on the living room. But we get some stories here, and I'm following up on a couple stories that we've talked about in the past. Now, y'all know this one made me. Oh, sure.
I'm sorry. What's the link? So I have people that want to watch on my from my Facebook, and I sent them the wrong link.
You know what? I'm going to put it into the chat right now. Is that okay?
I appreciate that. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, I want to send it down and post it. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, that way if I go ahead and put it in the chat, then they can go directly. Give me a second here. Give me 1 second because I'm going to give the direct link to the show.
Thank you so much.
Here you go. Here you go. Copy. Take it over here to here. And let's see. Okay. All right. Let me know, y'all, if that comes up.
Sorry about that. Threw you way off. My bad.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I want people to join on in with us. Yeah. So I love that.
Got it.
So did it come out okay?
Yeah.
I can copy and paste. I got it.
Okay, cool. Let me know if you need anything else. I'll be happy to provide it.
I think you guys can.
All right. Did somebody say something? Rick, you say something?
My mic is tripping.
Yeah, I hear you fine. You're fine.
Hey.
Testing.
You can talk. You can talk again. We hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
Lima Charlie, wholesale Mike. Over.
I told you about that Android. Get your team iPhone. You have to worry about all that.
Gotcha.
I'm an Android user now.
Hey, Pim, look here. I have my Samsung 21 Ultra. Okay.
Same. I got a
They got another
22.
one coming out probably next year too. Probably.
Yeah. I mean, Apple come out with one every 2-3 months. I mean, and then they try to monopolize. They try to monopolize the game. You got to get a charger for this or a burner.
You can only get Apple pieces.
Hey,
yeah, like, come on.
you can't knock the hustle. Just knock the game. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I ain't talking no hustle, baby, but you know what I'm saying? You're supposed to be universal and international. You know what I mean? You got all these, you know what I mean?
Well, you know what,
ain't it crazy how you buy these $1,000 phones and then they don't even give you all the amenities no more? They didn't start.
I know. I just got my phone last week, and the only thing that they gave me was a half of a charger. I didn't even get the block that goes with the phone. They gave me the half of a charger. No earphones, no nothing.
I'm like, I just paid all this money just for a damn phone.
Yeah,
that's how they get y'all. That's how they get you. They keep making y'all get the phone.
It's so cheap now. So
and then they shut your system down every 2 years so you can go back and buy another one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I know that.
Years of paying.
You know what I'm saying? I know that for a fact.
Well, y'all, let me go and follow up on this story that we talked about this weeks ago, and I was mad about it then, and I'm mad about it now because I supported this cat, and that's Caesar Emanuel from Black Ink, New York. Him up there hitting all on the dog. Dog didn't do nothing, and he hitting all on the dog. And he had to just he turned himself in. You know, he turned himself into the authorities for animal cruelty charges. Just weeks after the whole thing went viral. And he's right here. He's down the street from me. He's in the city of South Fulton here in Georgia.
I'm on my way.
I know that's Rock's dude. She just in love with.
She said, "I could give a damn."
With Caesar, she in love with Caesar.
Yeah, he is seriously right up the street. I used to live out that area. And he turned himself in, and he's facing 2 misdemeanor charges of animal cruelty and 1 felony charge of aggravated cruelty to animals. And again, I'm just a little mad at him because he tried to keep saying he was breaking up a fight between 2 dogs. But when you saw it, you saw the man clearly hitting the dog with the chair. Then you saw him sling the dog into a cage and then kick it down the hill. And I wanted to kick his ass down the hill when I saw that, because you just don't do a little dog that way. I tell you, I wanted to put hands on him when I saw him doing that to that little dog. Little dog won't do nothing.
You've been watching Michael Vick's highlight film.
Yeah.
You know what? Bro.
Oh my bad.
See, I would probably lay hands on somebody. I know I would behind the animal. But the thing is, like I said before, they fired him from Black Ink. And I really wonder what's going to happen to Black Ink New York, what's going to happen to the franchise. I don't like that part.
Same thing that happened to Atlanta Falcons when Michael Vick did it. Exact same thing.
So the Peter gonna get in his ass, and then people who want tattoos still gonna go mess with him because he's famous or semi-famous. People just want to be associated, so he'll still make money, but he probably lost a lot of his endorsements and other things that he had because people try to appease to the masses.
And then he might be doing tattoos while he in jail. You never know.
Yeah, he can still keep going with his business, and I really don't want his business or anything to be over, but I do want him to learn. You don't be putting your paws on little people with paws.
if he
That's all I'm
if
saying.
he got a good publicist or
Said
PR
the
person,
animal lover and you, huh?
Yeah, flip the
Yeah.
shit out of that.
yeah, if he got a good publicist or a PR person, man, all he'll end up doing is taking some of his earnings and then donating it to a cause or starting an animal cause, and then he can bounce back. As soon as he do that, he'll bounce back, and then they'll support
Yeah,
him. Be good.
that's
Chris
true.
Brown.
And I'm like, yo, but you live on TV, like you didn't think about this while the cameras was rolling? None of this?
Mhm.
Like what like
All
I don't
publicity
want to
ain't
like
good
be on
publicity.
camera.
Oh wow.
I want to
Well,
be
you know
on
what?
camera. Stupid. I don't know.
I'm trying to find the other story because I wasn't going to talk about it, but if you talk about somebody with animals, I mean, here it is: Floyd Mayweather giving his grandson the mink
Stun on him.
car seat.
Stun
Now
on
that
him.
was off the chain. That was a little.
Stun on
How
him.
do y'all feel about that? How do you feel about that,
Is it a
Blake?
mink car seat?
Yes, mink,
Oh,
full mink,
hey,
full-fledged mink.
look, he wanted the King of Zamunda in his car seat. Hey, I mean,
I
want to live
don't.
in royalty. He wants to live in
Hey,
purple. He wants to live in
hey,
royalty.
How old the kid? I mean, just still with. I don't.
He's
hey,
a baby. He's a baby.
Hey.
hey, he gave him he gave him that Amistad feeling. Give us seats.
You
He
just-
didn't say give us free. He said give us seats.
Give us.
When
Yeah.
he said that was his king, when he
Well,
honestly
it's-
said that was his king, that's his king.
But it's a bit much, though.
It
It is.
is.
So, so it's
It's
I
man.
disagree. I do
It's
disagree.
it like, but people do what they can. People do what they can afford. He
yeah.
can afford to do it.
Yeah,
Now,
they have their own
if-
means.
True.
True.
yeah.
Yep.
Now, if they want to sit there and say, "Oh, well, that's animal skin," I mean, come on, like half the things we like when you get leather, that's okay. You know what I mean? When you getting, paper and all that other stuff, that's
I say
trees.
get him a
Like everything you do is gonna be associated to something. So I mean,
Some
put
in
it
nature,
towards,
exactly.
Put it towards school or daycare or some. I don't know. Like put it towards something else that's a little bit.
but
He
that
don't have
school.
nothing to do with his money,
That's
so
what I'm saying. Like, the school and college and everything in that child's life is paid for already. Like, so it's
Public
like,
school
what else he's
is
gonna
nothing
do?
but profit. Public school is not
Oh,
nothing.
there in 2012, this is what he said when somebody was talking about him and he was making comments comparing his training to dog fighting, and he said, shit, I don't give a F because I wear minks. I'm gonna wear chinchilla. I'm gonna rock mink coats, and showed him his full mink and all this other stuff. And
I guess he never had to end with Peter. Or nothing like that. I guess.
I look at it like this here,
Am I
man.
allowed?
yeah,
I
Peter's
look
trying
Am I allowed to say?
negotiate.
Am I allowed to say this on camera?
What?
You got freedom of speech here in the United States.
The white folks is doing it. They wear it. The white
That's what I'm
people
gonna say.
Why
Hey,
can't
And they
look
get paid
black
on it
folks?
too.
Hey, when you look at somebody, when you look at these houses, you got people with bear skin rugs, cowhide. They got animal, what they call it, taxidermy all around their house and everything.
They got
like that.
them country folks. They got deers and bears hanging up in their house.
That's what I'm talking about. So
I get
now I will say this: as long as the animal ain't on the endangered species list, and it's enough to, I mean, because that's what we do.
Well, they're doing that too. Yeah,
Listen.
that's the sad part because we do have some animals that are really endangered, and
Like
they
which
just
ones?
don't care,
Because when
and
they
they just
a dentist or
It's
somebody
not
that
just
got
us. I mean, it's not just
getting
us.
that
The white folks,
elephant or something
they're
or
doing it
whatnot,
too.
and getting the ivory tusk.
yeah. And the way they're mercifully killing these elephants and all to get it, and it's so sad how they're leaving them. Oh God, it's just so sad.
Yeah,
So I know me. I'm just one of those people that God put down here and said protect the furry ones.
Hey,
And I
y'all
know
remember? Hey, y'all remember Don D.C. Curry when he did that joke? He was like, "Animal rights? What about our rights? Free Willie, hell, free my Uncle Willie." Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what I'm saying?
He can be retarded.
Hey,
well, that puts me in mind of what was his name from the Tom Joyner morning show, J. Anthony Brown. Y'all remember? This is why I don't like monkeys, and this is why I tell Veronica all the time I don't like monkeys. I don't like monkeys because they're unpredictable and they're very, very dangerous. It's not a matter of if they'll attack, it's a matter of when they'll attack. Do you
Gorilla
remember the
gang.
situation? Do you remember the situation where the monkey attacked his owners and he ripped the man's face off and his arm off and all this other stuff, right?
No.
And so
I know a worse story. I know a worse story. My sons had told me that there was this monkey that had actually got access to a machete from a man that taught him how to use it. So the monkey went back and taught his crew how to use machetes, and they stole them, and they went and they just
Planet
and they smart.
A little village somewhere. I don't know where it was exactly. But I'm just
leave them damn monkeys out in the damn.
And that's what I'm saying. But see what I thought about.
They smart.
When Mike brought up just now the comedian Don D.C. Curry, I thought about J. Anthony Brown, where he was talking on the Time Warner show about this monkey that I was talking about who pulled off the man's face and his arm and stuff. And oh my God, I tried so hard not to laugh. But he said, I know why that monkey attacked that man and pulled his face off. So they were like, why, Jay? Why did he attack the man? And he said it was the monkey's birthday, right? Gosh, you see my camera just switched. My camera didn't want me to say that. Okay. It was the monkey's birthday. So they went and took a cake to the monkey. So J. Anthony Brown said, the moral of the story is when you take a cake to a monkey, you take enough cake for all the monkeys because all the monkeys jumped in and ripped the man up. So, yes. And so it just makes me think about that. It's not as funny now as it was then, but I remember it was just the whole thing of thinking about how those monkeys got mad because he came there and he came there with that one cake.
That's kind of like
animals are smart.
That sounds like a real life situations.
Hey, it sounds like that dude bringing that one McDonald's meal for his son. Like,
that's something we should have been talking about right there.
But hey, I look at it like this here, man. Like when I was in Guam, everybody tried to convince me to go scuba diving. And the first thing I said, look, I ain't going in that water. I don't see no fish up here on land trying to come see what I'm doing. So why the hell am I going down there? You know what I mean? So you messing with nature. You know what I'm saying? You messing with nature, man.
We don't need to discover. Exactly.
Yeah, like, so you going out there trying to get a pet monkey for what? You know what I'm saying?
Leave them where they belong in the world.
I mean, animals are too smart. I feel like we supposed to ain't like what's the word in be together type.
Like, hey Blake. Hey Blake, one of the things that I do when we talk about human behavior, I say that if you look at the animal kingdom, it tells you how we're supposed to act as humans. Point hands down. A lot of people disagree, but I can justify and validate what I'm saying or back it up, and then you'll kind of see some of the correlation between.
In the Serengeti, they respect each other's space. In the Serengeti, you know, they all drink from the same pond. You know what I'm saying? They know who to allow on their back and who not. And it's a community, you know what I'm saying? They're still a community, but they know their tribe. But even the tribes get together. Just as animals have that much of a sense. Come on, man.
It's not an animal too.
The circle of life.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, it's the real kingdom.
Somebody got a book called. You notice she took a minute to look up and say something.
My phone started. My niece forgot I was on live. Yeah, I think she forgot.
Sure was damn sure.
Yeah, I was gonna tell her.
You know what? Hey, look, what's that song? The song popped in my head. What? It's a booty call. No. You know what I like.
I was gonna tell her.
That's the real reason why you sick.
Okay, y'all. Let's see. This next story, you know, we talked about Ricky Martin too, and there is a follow-up on this story too, because apparently, the Ricky Martin's nephew drops allegations of sexual relationship. Judge ends temporary restraining order. It turned around kind of fast, didn't it?
Can you give me like a little overview of the story? Because I kind of missed. I mean, I thought he was dead, honestly.
Well, damn.
Last time I heard
That's
Ricky
Dean
Martin,
Martin.
was like down here in
That's
Dallas.
Dean Martin.
Like some like act. I'm serious. Like he just
No, bro, that's Dean Martin, not Ricky Martin.
Not Ricky Martin.
Oh shit. Damn, my bad.
Dean Martin, I
My
think.
bad.
That's not how much you have not heard him in the media. That's the whole thing. He done disappeared.
Well, let me tell y'all. It said a judge on Thursday decided not to extend a temporary restraining order placed against Ricky Martin this month by his nephew after a relative dropped the case. In a virtual court hearing, the nephew voluntarily desisted from moving forward, and he no longer needed the protection order, a court spokesman told NBC News. Now, the order, which was set to expire on Thursday, was granted July 1st under Puerto Rico's Domestic Violence Prevention and Intervention Law, also known as Act 54, after the nephew alleged that he sustained a romantic relationship with Martin for 7 months and now fears his safety, according to the documents obtained by Telemundo and shared with NBC News. Now, the judge made the decision. It just seemed like there was some type of payoff or something.
Yeah,
the judge made the decision. The judge made the decision after the court hearing that was not open to the public or the press, since cases brought forward under Act 54 are considered civil and confidential to protect the identity of the person coming forward with allegations. Now, Martin and his nephew attended the hearing virtually, according to the court spokesperson. So I won't go any further into the story, but it seemed like something did occur.
Can I give my opinion?
Sure.
All right. It seems like somebody was getting blackmailed. Like, you think about it. Like, first off, when you gotta when you go into court, somebody has to file for it and pay for them court fees, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you know he's gonna win or a whatever type shit because he's blackmailing him, yeah, he's gonna get that money back. So, I mean, again, it's not like this started way before the even court date. Like, he wanted some money, like, right off the rip. He wanted probably, like, I don't know, hush money or, I don't know, put $200,000 in my college fund. Like, it's something.
It's kind of like in the cybersecurity where what they call it ransomware, where they take control of your account or whatever, and then they demand money or you take certain actions in order to get your account back.
Yeah.
Oh, yep.
Man,
I'm gonna be quiet on that one. I can't say too much.
Blake, I just sent you a message to the chat. I sent you a message to the chat. So, let me know. Let me know if he wants to come in or something.
I was trying to get. I got in the wrong.
Hey, somebody got some static going on there.
Yeah, they speaker or something. I mean, like.
Okay. All right. Let's see. We're gonna jump on past Ricky Martin. I'll probably do another story or two, and then we're going on into the main topic of the night. Now, I found this story to be just plain sad. We don't know what's going on yet, and that's the actor. She played in the Elvis movie. Shanka Dakura was found dead in her Nashville apartment.
Oh, wow.
And she's the actor, singer, former second-grade teacher who played Big Mama Thornton in Baz Luhrmann's Elvis movie, and she was just 44 years old, and so she was found dead in her apartment in Nashville on Thursday. The Metro Nashville Police Department tweeted this. One of her 2 children found her unresponsive and went for help from a neighbor who called 911. A cause of death has not been determined, and the police don't suspect any foul play. And that's just so sad to me that one of her little children found her, and
well, that's a foul play in itself. That's a foul play in itself. When you detect that you can't find anything, they just all of a sudden die. All that says is, to me, is that she found out something, she realized something, she knew about it, she wasn't supposed to know. Hollywood.
Rick, pause your mic and then unpause it real quick.
I think. I think your
Testing
mic
that.
is your mic. Yeah.
It's
But you
Rick.
said, yeah, he had said it was acting up for a minute. It wasn't acting up then, it's acting up now.
Now it is.
Are you speaking from the AirPods or are you speaking from your phone speaker? Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah, there's too much feedback. It's probably too close to the speaker.
Yeah, it's
Is it still acting up?
You good now?
Yeah, you good
right.
now. You got a fan
Right.
going on or something like that? You got something?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Now,
As far as the Cura is concerned, she was known as a gospel singer in the Nashville area, and Elvis was her first major film role.
Was she black?
So yeah, she's black.
Mm.
And
I gotta go check it out.
Yeah, they probably they weren't playing in no Elvis movie down there.
right.
Yeah.
And it's sad, you know. It's sad.
Yeah.
So hopefully no foul play or anything, and anything come that, you know, something crazy. And I know that she was in Doja Cat's video. I think she played the same role in Doja Cat's video. So she was just kind of moving out there doing the thing, but that's just sad that happened. So we are going to
the
say
Hollywood life is a whole nother like experience. So she probably was going through the.
So what's the name of
her name?
Yeah.
Her name is Shanka, Shonka Dukara, Dukareh.
Wow.
Shanka.
Somebody put that in the comments for me, because I ain't catch all that.
I'll get it back later.
I put it in right now.
Yeah, excuse me. I got a bad education, so my bad.
Not a problem. Let me see if I got it spelled right. Let me check and see.
Copy paste.
Yeah, I should have copy pasted. How about that?
You got the computer on right there.
I need to. Okay, yeah, that's it. Okay. I'm not going to really talk about this other story. I'm only going to just bring it up because me and Veronica were talking about it earlier. And we were talking about, Veronica, we were talking about that whole Sesame Street thing going on. The little controversy. Yeah.
Following that.
So, yeah, you saw the Rosita, how he did the two little black girls.
Yeah.
Just kind of waved them off, you know. But did you see another video where it was another character that moved up on this little black baby girl and moved up on his lower part until she fell? Now, if I were the parent, that wouldn't have been an issue for legal, except for legal me kicking his ass. Because you ain't doing that to my kid.
Right.
You know?
I just feel that even with the whole thing, even with the two little girls, black girls, like, your business is based off of kids, pretty much.
Right.
The show, as well as the whole thing for the little play area, what you want to call it, the amusement park or whatever. So how, regardless if it's hot or whatever excuse you're going to use why you didn't give them a hug or a wave, or at least came down to their level and be like, hi.
A high five.
Yeah, anything. You don't have an excuse to look over some kids or be like, And it said that they were the people that the publicist for Sesame Land or whatever they call it was saying that the character was told, due to whatever new policies with COVID or whatever, that one of the parents were trying to ask, like, would you hold or pick up this baby to take a picture? And she was like,
that was a lie.
I know, because the two little girls were right there. And you don't hear nobody ask that, and it's recorded by the little girl's their mom. So you don't hear nobody ask that, and you don't see no other kid in the shot anywhere, or no baby. So they're passing it off as that, but we all know the truth about it. Like, don't try to cover it up. It's all in plain sight.
In plain sight.
You should have just bent down and told them, hey, wave or something. But if you're gonna really be that and you that character and you're gonna be under there and wearing and portraying that character in that suit and be racist,
right?
Y'all need
And they try to do something about that. They have an issue now because it's more than one. I've seen different videos now. And like the one that I was talking about just now, the one moving up on that little girl. What is wrong with these people that they want to treat these kids this way? But I know this, I will put your ass in the chokehold if you treat my kid like that.
And
I mean, not the waving them off, but the one who moved up on it, knocked the kid down.
Yeah.
Now that's when I put your ass in the chokehold and knock the kid down.
Yeah, I'm just like I'm whoever it is that's in the suit, you know, when you put that, whether or not they gave you that job that day and you just hating to be in this hot ass suit, you gonna have to do, you know, what's expected when you wear that suit.
Right.
Become that character. The kids can't separate that.
I mean,
Right.
I'll say this. You can wear all the suits that you want, but you're still going to show who the hell you are.
Yeah.
You're still gonna show who the hell you are. You can wear any kind of cover up, any kind of suit, but we know what it is. And
yeah, we all know what it is. It's but against kids, like little, I mean, man, it don't make no sense.
And I don't want to sound like I'm violent all the time, but the thing is, you're messing with my kids, you're messing with my furry animals, you're messing with older people, you're messing with anybody coming for that ass.
Elmo probably like this motherfucker.
I don't, and then I feel the mom on that. Like, you're trying to cover it up and then doing that and put that statement out there and trying to reach out to me now after you put that statement about blah blah. Like, I was there and I saw it. I felt it. It's nothing that you can miss. You know.
There is also when you need it.
I just thought it was like that. Don't make no, you know, with me working in that area with kids, I see kids all the time, and I don't see color. I just see my babies when they come in.
That made me mad when I saw that.
They
you know what, y'all?
My babies.
I forgot to do our picture, so everybody go ahead. Let's look at the camera. Look at your camera and smile.
Okay. What it is?
Let's do it again. Because my phone is behind, so let's do it again. Am I that far behind? Whoa,
you know, be doing like stories or whatever.
Merry Christmas, y'all.
Hey, look here, man. Got my cheeks over here quivering and shit, man. Come on here, take one.
He really hold that smile.
Look, from high school, Michael's smile goes from this to this.
Okay, I'm ready. We'll try it again.
Michael be sweating.
And then my whole phone went off, so hold on. They're going to see. I got the laughing and carrying on, and the whole thing just went off.
Have you taken the picture yet?
No, she hasn't, Mike.
You need to say. You need to say.
I had to go. I went completely off for a minute.
You need to say
okay, now we back on it. We back
I already took it. I done took 10 of them.
Oh, man.
Team iPhone, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, we ready. 3, 2, 1. Okay, we did it.
Like, okay.
See, it's
okay.
either you get that or you get the one my granny gives. She get the fake smile every time. Just that.
No.
Hey, learn from the best.
Okay, we're gonna talk about Chris Brown, and then we're gonna get out of this and get into the forum in a minute. But let's talk about Chris Brown real quick, because a Houston woman says that Chris Brown is a thief for keeping $1 million for a canceled benefit concert.
Yeah.
So Chris Brown, he's in some more legal trouble as the woman is suing the singer for over $1 million for skipping on a performance at a benefit concert that was meant to help residents affected by hurricanes in the Houston area.
Ooh.
LaJuan Bailey, vice president and owner of DML Real Estate Investors in Construction, claims that her company paid for multiple fees for the R&B singer to perform, including a private plane and other accommodations that totaled $1.1 million. Bailey claims that Brown acknowledged the receipt of the wire transfer, but has refused to reimburse the company. Now, scheduled to perform on March 19th at the one night only benefit concert at Toyota Center. The purpose of the concert was to help Louisiana and Houston area residents affected by damage done by hurricanes Nicholas and Ida last year. Unfortunately, the concert, which Monica was also scheduled to perform at, was canceled. But unlike Bailey, people who bought tickets were refunded. During the press conference, Bailey said, I acted in good faith and sponsored this concert out of love and respect for residents in need. I'm appalled that Chris Brown refuses to refund the money for the show that he did not appear to after we announced our show and sold tickets. And she continued, at this point, it is my humble belief that Chris Brown's actions are parallel to pure theft. He has the unmitigated gall to take my money, stand up the residents of Houston, then return to the city to perform on August 17, 2022. He's coming back next month. My message to Chris Brown, we will not sit back and allow you to disrespect the victims of Hurricane Ida and Nicholas in need. That August 17 date is in reference to the singer's One of Them Ones tour. You know, he's got that tour coming up with Lil Baby.
Yeah, he just
So do
left
you
North
remember?
Carolina. He just left from North Carolina last weekend.
Really?
Y'all remember the situation with Monique?
Yeah.
Which one?
With a deal.
Netflix deal.
Yeah,
the
Hughley.
law,
And
just-
Netflix. Well, just the Hughley one. Like, you gotta think about it. Like, there's always two sides of every story. Now, I'm not picking sides or whatever, but you know, if you work with contracts, especially in the entertainment thing, he probably had some little clause in there that said, "Hey, this is a non-refundable deposit or something." Like, I'm pretty sure he had some kind of clause. And
fine tooth comb that contract and see what can really be done to rectify the whole situation. Because that is
something, but he be in jail.
$1 million though.
well, I mean, you gotta think about it. You gotta think about it. Like, the situation, it could
Usually
be
it's
different. Like, that
$200,000,
money,
you know, but $1 million though, and you know,
the money could have been sent as it could. The money that he could have got probably could have been money from something else, and they're probably pitching as it was ticket money. And again, if they paid him beforehand, if he didn't show up, it don't sound like it was pre-sale tickets, or it doesn't sound like it was ticket sale money.
Yeah, and then you got to look at they start looking at whatever venue that they was having it at. They probably start counting so many seats. You know what I'm saying? People they do predictive analysis, and they'll be like, well, this is the money we could have made had he the
Promoters get in
show.
trouble all the time.
You know what I mean? So it's a lot to go in there.
It's just like a car lot. If you own a parking lot or whatever, it's like, you know, instead of selling that one spot all day for $10, I know it's gonna get 2.5 turns because again, people ain't gonna be here for a whole 24 hours. You know what I mean? So again, I'm gonna count that plus triple people that didn't show up. You know what I'm saying? They probably literally jacked the shit out of the mug up and got a hold of his mama before him.
Hey, and then to be honest with you, you know what I'm saying? He might have just got high and just forgot. Like, I mean, like.
But
you know how you wait till last minute to send money?
Way in March of the following year. I guess it was in 2023, right? Projected for that a concert.
I mean, you gotta have some kind of collateral though when you sign these contracts. You don't like.
Oh no, the concert was supposed to be this past March. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
It's supposed to be
past March. Okay.
And then you gotta go back and look and see. Okay, at that time, was there another variant that was coming out? What was the crime rate in Houston at that time?
You said last month, right?
They said March. That the show was actually canceled, but he just didn't get the money back.
Oh, then that's. I mean, and then again, that's. I mean, he, like I said, it could have been a whole nother fund that was sent to him. It probably wasn't what they was saying. They just needed some kind of money back because again, they had to refund everybody, just like the Ja Rule concert.
Or just like what was it? Was it Ja Rule and what was it? Was it something in Houston
with the sandwiches and shit?
No,
no, Travis Scott.
Travis Scott
with
the deaths and stuff.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But you know what? If we go a little further, let's talk about Chris Brown and another incident.
Oh, well, I was going to say with this incident, he was the baddest one. You know, that's with running off and taking that darn money.
I know, right? Well, T-Pain says that Chris Brown suffers from the Princess Complex.
Oh,
Well,
I like that one.
T-Pain is, they said that he's never afraid to speak his mind, even when it comes to his friend Chris Brown, because Chris debuted his album at number 4 on Billboard 200 with 72,000 equivalent album units. Chris Brown took to Instagram and called out the lack of support for his 10th studio album. And he said, seems like y'all only invest in the negative stories about me. And he wrote it and he deleted it. And then he says, Chris gets in trouble and the whole world is on it. Chris drops an album and there's crickets, okay? So then T-Pain weighs in and he says when T-Pain, when he asked by DJ Academics about Chris weaker, than usual first week numbers, T-Pain explained that his Kiss Kiss collaborator has been entitled, yes, his whole entire career. And the condition that he calls it is the princess complex. Now he says that's my mother, but I know what his faults are. He said the princess complex is not only when you get what you want, but you get the accolades of a pretty person for doing absolutely effing nothing and just being pretty. He continued, he said, the second that the first real MF comes to you and says, hey, ain't you that effing pretty, it's over. Breakdown, Twitter outrage, everything. This is what T-Pain is saying.
They were calling him a punk on a low.
Yeah,
according to
that Prince complex, but they said
he said according to T-Pain, Chris has become accustomed to putting up big numbers, so when he falls short, he deflects on others. He said there's a little princess aspect to it where it's like, what the F are y'all doing? I'm supposed to be famous. Y'all supposed to be my fans. And then T-Pain went on to say, it's never going to be what the F is wrong with me, or what do I need to change, or how can I put this differently? He said every time he drops, he's always gonna he's gone really effing good every effing time. So now it's like, y'all must have done something wrong, because I've done the same thing and I've done every time, because it ain't me. I know what y'all doing. I'm effing Chris Brown. This is what T-Pain is saying about it. So what do y'all think?
I think
no
like
comment
this.
from me. Mr. Me and you gotta we gonna
Hey, look. Hey, look. I look at it like this here, man. Just like last week when you was talking about one of them Martins in that case, and I was like, damn, like we ain't heard from that cat in like however long, and so are they trying to be relevant again? So I'll just look at it like this here. Chris Brown, I don't pay attention to news and media really no more like that, but I ain't heard Chris Brown nothing in a long time. So when you go to drop an album, it's like, okay, motherfucker, where the hell you been? You got a lot of new artists, you got people that's doing different stuff. So unless you pairing with Lil Baby, Young Blue, or whomever, then you probably ain't as relevant as you once was. Now look at your PR. You know what I'm saying? Look at your PR based off of the things that you done, and everything else. You got a whole new generation of folks coming around here now. So unless you keeping up with the times, you know what I'm saying? You're probably not gonna be that hot no more. You getting old, Pimp.
Well, have you noticed that there's so much pairing up that sometimes you don't know whose song it is?
Yeah, and they all kind of merging and halfway sounding the same. And
you got to read the songwriter credits right there.
Halfway.
Yeah, you definitely got to see it on YouTube to see whose song it actually is, who's the lead on the bill.
I do
gotta go read it.
Chris Brown has been dropping stuff, a lot of collaborations as well as his independent stuff.
Chris Brown ain't stopped working.
That's what I'm saying. He needs to either give himself a little space in between songs, because he's been like, just you see him, you hear Chris Brown and this, Chris Brown and this. He's like, okay, this nigga, they
Well,
him up and putting him on songs, and it's not that he's not sounding good, but it's like sometimes when you take a break, your fan base and all them need that, because they need to know that you sit still and really put yourself and work on your music.
You still got it right.
Turning it because you just that dollar, but if you're turning for that dollar, make it sound great. Make it not sound like everything else that's really coming out.
You got to give them time to miss you. It's like a relationship.
Give them time to miss you.
You got to give them time to miss you.
And that will be grow. They'll grow, and then when you come back, it's like, oh snap! Did you hear such and such got the new blah blah blah? You know, but
or do like everybody else do, start some beef.
That's exactly what's going on right now. That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying?
I bet y'all $5. This same album that he's making will be number one next week. Watch
this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give y'all an example. I guarantee you right now. Well, I can't guarantee. If Omarion and Mario drop an album right now, it's gonna go to the top of the charts if they go to singing in what they call it, not rap battle but R&B battle.
Or maybe Ray J and Sammy.
Just for 1 week. Just for 1 week.
Right, but you gotta ride that roller coaster. You know what I'm saying? So it's like because with that versus battle, somebody got embarrassed or whatever the case may be.
Marketing. It's all marketing. It's all
yeah.
But you know what? I believe, in my opinion, when I look at Breezy, I think that he is ultra talented. But I do agree with T-Pain that princess complex, because he does have a lot of success, it is never going to be for him, hey, what do I need to do wrong? I mean, do differently. What did y'all do wrong? He's not going to blame himself when something is not the way that he wants it to be. I think some of it is
quote.
Yeah, princess.
Yeah.
Prince.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah. Hey, I agree wholeheartedly. And I'm gonna tell you this. I think I told y'all about it. When I got out the military, you couldn't tell me shit. I'm retired. I'm military. I started putting in job applications. Somebody gonna hire me. This shit here finna be easy. Got 22 years experience. You know what I'm saying? I got this, I got that. This here, education. Yeah. I've been putting in applications since February. Last week was the first. Last week, no, 2 weeks ago was the first interview I had, and I put like a total now 81 applications. I only got 2 positive responses. Yeah. Now, when I tell people like, "Oh, you just this and this, that, that," it stung. Right. I don't need to work. I don't have to work. But now that I'm actively looking, it stung. Because I personally felt like I'm the shit, right? Mm-hmm. And in the military, that's how it's been for me. Hey, you do this, you got all these accolades, and then I get out in the real world, or come back into the real world, and they be like, "Nah, you ain't shit. It's 1,000 other motherfuckers better than you."
I understand.
You know what I mean? So,
yes,
So, and I know we're talking about music and famous people, but I'm just saying. That's why I said I can attest to that complex, because I had it when I got out. I thought I was Billy Badass. You know what I'm saying?
I think like there's two sides of it. Like there's the people who see it as in the fans, and there's people who's in the industry. If you like that word princess complex, that's a straight shot saying, I mean, good, and you in Complex magazine, blah blah blah. They boosting your shit up, make you seem like you the shit. I mean, again, just some stuff, practices that we don't talk about. Billboards, all that stuff, you're gonna get boosted up. But then when it's all of a sudden time to get that real numbers in, i.e. Lil Yachty, i.e. I'm not gonna say some other names you got on the list, the real numbers don't hit. Because again, they boosted your shit up for so long trying to get in front of the crowd that again, by the time that real one hit, if you really was good, they gonna hit it. Y'all remember Lil Wayne's whole Quarter 3 era? That whole 2 years, you couldn't get Wayne off the radio.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I believe that Breezy, just to say a little bit further about what Blake is saying, Breezy was when you become one of those favorites and you got those teams behind you, and that's the kind of stuff that they do for you, and then when it all starts to get a little real, then those numbers get a little real too. And you're going to see a lot of change.
You become a song and not an artist.
Yeah, and he's acting like a little kid that don't like to hear no. That's all it is.
But then again,
I can't take nothing from his talent because he's talented as hell.
But look at it like this though: when people do stuff like that, what we doing right now? We talking about it.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Marketing it.
Yes. So we talking about it, and so now people gonna be like, "Well, what he got to say?" And then next thing you know, he make his statement. T-Pain say something. You probably see a collabo with Chris Brown and T-Pain. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I missed it. And in the first sentence, he was like, "Yeah, Breezy's still my boy, but that's marketing."
Yeah.
So now people
on tour.
Now check the numbers next week and see what happens.
Yeah. Chris Brown go from number 20 to number 5, guaranteed. Yep, guaranteed.
Well, you know what?
Y'all remember Mike Jones? That's what he used to do. Is subliminal marketing. Like repeat that name so much. I said Mike Jones. You like who?
Mike Jones.
I remember Mike Jones.
Everything back then, you know, didn't want me now.
Yeah.
All of
83230 8004. But nah.
Well, you know what, y'all? I need to do the picture one more time. Y'all
hold on.
Give me...
You count us down because I'm not going to sit here and.
I'm just gonna send you a picture.
Okay.
Send you a picture.
Somebody send me a picture. If you got a good one, go ahead and send it to me.
Yeah, I'm finna send them.
Well, Toshiba's here now, so we gotta do it again.
Yes, we gotta get one with Miss.
Yeah, we gotta get one with Sheba anyway. So let's go ahead and prepare yourself.
I thought that was you.
So go ahead and look into your camera. Prepare yourself.
Wait, I just sent them to you, Tanya, in your personal
Okay, cool.
Thing. Yeah, the thing.
All right, so here we go. Do it again. And thank you, Mike. Do it again in 3, 2, 1. Did it do it? No.
All right.
In my eyes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We did something.
Pretty good.
It looked pretty good. I think it looked pretty good. So I'm gonna try to look in the gallery. It seemed like when I get over to the gallery, be like, you know, some craziness.
That's because you need an iPhone. If you had an
It was
iPhone
last night.
That's a good one. That did turn out well. I'm smiling like it's like life is just at the end or something like that.
Hey, look, if Chris Brown want to be relevant right now, he should do a remix to These Hoes Ain't Loyal and be like, These Fans Ain't Loyal, and then put that song out.
Oh, that would be good.
You know what I'm saying? I put an album. I dropped the album last night. Yeah, like oh
yeah, you do
that would be funny.
That motherfucker be dancing and shit. These fans ain't loyal.
That would be funny right there.
Yeah, that'd be too thorough.
You talk that, he gonna be lower than 9 to 5.
Wow.
Nah, man, you you got a fan base, man. People, your true fans gonna rock with you. You know what I'm saying? And it may not be the numbers he's looking for, but then hey, man, you still got a fan base. So you keep doing you. The people that support you gonna support you. And you know, once you drop that hot fire, that hot fire gonna take off like a rocket, and then you'll have your money back. You know, you'll be all right.
Right. I know that's right. Well, I tell you what, y'all. During the break, we're gonna take a break. Go to the living room during the break. I'll see if I can go ahead and post that on Instagram. You know, get some people to join us on the forum. During the break here, I'm going to ask the ladies, Sheba, I'm so sorry. I kept on trying to find how you texted me last week, and I could not find it because my new phone has, you know how they do, new phones don't capture a lot of the last contacts and stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Excuse me.
And so I could not find anything. And I was like, okay, I was going to give you the layout for tonight because, ladies, I want us to take a moment and go backstage and let the guys be up front. I will come in with the guys and introduce and ask and let the guys do their talking. And I didn't say no rambling. But Rick will talk for about 15 minutes right by himself.
One time, Rick talked the whole way.
Oh.
I'm going to stop Rick.
Be
His mic is
prepared.
not even. Is he just mouthing it, or the mic is not working?
I'm being foolish.
Cause he was
Oh,
like
he's
he's doing
funny.
a verbal dissertation. So we're not gonna let Rick
He
take over the
does.
microphone because it will be a complete verbal dissertation. And then Mike will follow up. He give about
Yeah, he
another
might be
30.
behind him.
This is
And
not true.
then Blake, you're going to be a hype
No,
master
I
to
gotta
get him to
straddle
bring
the
them
fence.
to.
I gotta be the devil's
What
advocate
happened?
and give you the other one.
Not true.
No, just
What you say? I didn't hear you. My bad.
Not true.
no,
So,
Mike with
so
it.
we're gonna let them talk for a little bit. I'll come in with them and we'll introduce in the subject. And then, we'll just talk about how they feel about some things. And so we'll let them have their round table for a while. Ladies will hang out in the green room and the
Nah, this is square
backstage.
table, not a round table. We mean it's square table, not a round
Oh,
table.
square table. Guys, y'all said a
Yeah, don't
square
do that.
table, domino table.
Oh my
Y'all said
God.
a dominoes table.
Ain't
You know
no
what I'm
Jada.
saying?
Ain't no Jada's over here.
Okay, then yeah, we gonna have y'all at the square table, the dominoes table, doing y'all thing. And the ladies will be backstage. I'll be back and forth because the coughing is starting to get to me, so I'll be back and forth. So we're gonna take a break right now, and we'll be right back
Good luck,
with the
me.
living room minus the ladies for a little while. All right, so ladies, during the break, when I pop you off, you'll be able to still see the show, but I will be the only one that sees you. Okay, but I won't keep you off too long.
Okay.
Okay, all right. See y'all in a minute. Hey, welcome back.
Yeah, we got Tanya.
To Our Imitates Life. It's me right now.
Yeah, you
Hi,
got it.
oh, you hyping me? You hyping me?
Yeah, I'm trying
Oh, I
to get
couldn't
you
hear
up.
it. Do it again.
No, I was that little beat you had going. I was like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, we got Tanya, Rick, Toshiba, and Mike. We got Margo, Veronica, and Blake. Get it right. You know what I'm saying? We was hitting it right. You know what I'm saying? Because that little beat you had going, you know, it's got one of them old school, like when I hear that beat, I think of like Common rapping to that. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Because I'm looking at the little screen, and I don't hear very well over there. So I'm used to having my earpiece in and hearing everything. So I don't know what you were doing, Mike. So my bad, baby.
My bad. I was just, so every time you play them little beats, you know what I'm saying? Every time I hear a beat, I experiment. Anyway, go ahead, girl.
All right. Well, welcome y'all to the Living Room Forum tonight. Tonight's subject matter is about the fellas tonight. So that's why you see me and my alias, and we're gonna pop off in a minute. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna take off one of these aliases right now because I want it to be more about the guys. And so it's really tonight where The subject matter is the silent pain of Black men hurting women. So I really want the guys to kind of dig in, give us your truths. And there's some things that I read that because I'm not a Black man.
Can you get it? Like, can you say that in another terminology for me? Like, give me to me in layman's terms. Like, cause I mean, I understood it, but I want to make sure we was on the same page before I give you my opinion.
Well, I really want to look at it from the fact we're going to take it from a societal issue all the way into things that have happened to Black men along the way. So if I look at societal issues, the things that you face every day with society, I can't even say anymore when you walk out into the street because it comes to your home now, whether somebody's firing shots through your doors, and it could even be a police officer, or any societal issues that you deal with that has made you have a certain kind of feeling about yourself in the world, the things that you have endured as a Black man, the silent cries that you all have, and how it has affected the Black people, the Black culture overall, but your relationships with women because of the things that you've been through. And so I wanted to speak to the guys about that kind of thing tonight, and just get a feel for just what you see, because I see some things as a woman, but I'm not a man. So I have to see how that feels for you every day when you step into this world. Every day when your eyes open.
I'll kick it off by saying more so it does start off at home. When we leave to go to school or just out and about with our parents at the store, when you get to a certain age, for myself, I start to ask questions like, why does he talk to her like that? Or why is he in solitude by himself, all the time, with the bottom by himself? Conversations that are not had, and it's like treated as if it's just normal. Seeing my grandfather, for instance, it was like we was around him, but we rarely catered to him. Like, the seeing, family members, like, it's like.
Rick, turn this way.
Hey, Rick,
so we can hear you better.
Yeah, that, and then somebody got music playing.
Yeah, because it's kind of interfering a little bit.
My fault. Sorry about that.
It's interfering just a little bit.
Sorry about that. That's good. That's better. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah, but seeing how men are handled, and seeing how we handle, the women in the family, there's a lot of things that were not spoken of that I became curious about when I got older. Like, okay, I remember in my childhood, he was always over here, but as a family collective, we were always over here, but he was always by himself. I was always wondering about that. Why is Grandpa always by himself? And, a form of negligence. So it's like, okay, I guess it's okay for a grandfather to be neglected, but I'm seeing in other families, he's like celebrated. So what's going on? What's the missing piece? Am I to inherit that same experience later on? What do I need to prepare myself for? Or, there's gaps, that needs to be talked about. Even growing up in my own household, and having a father figure in the house, almost the same thing. Not necessarily him being in solitude, but the connection. Because my stepfather, I'll say one of my fathers, the man that raised me, he made it clear that he was there. But, he also made it clear that when we get out of line, he did it a certain way. And it was like, are you really that upset? Is that really that much of a big deal? Don't talk back, or, I don't care about your thoughts or feelings, or just, and you carry that on. And now today it's like, okay, you did this, you did that back in the day, not realizing that trauma goes in so many levels. I didn't know what the word trauma was. I thought trauma was just something they use on like cartoons or movies or whatever, but trauma is like real life. That was a terminology that we were really never even taught, you know, just growing up. And of course, you can't expect the school system to teach you what it is. So it's like we had to find out on our own. And as we got older, I'm not saying by the time it was too late, but it was like a moment of like reflection because you've already done what you've done, and you carry it over and carry it over. But by you realizing your mistakes, now it's like you have to reapproach it and, you know, own up to that, but also, you know, remind them that, well, you would like to think that they know, like if you have a spouse or, you know, extended family member, like seeing that you've been dealing with this, or the way that you behave, you do carry that weight on, and you do, you know, force that on your family or individuals, like not knowing how to handle the situation, not knowing how to respond to certain things. You're so used to doing it because your parents did it. And it's like, well, dang, I didn't mean it like that. Well, that's how you came off. It's like you do it so much, it's natural to where it's like you don't realize the damage that you're doing. But we're not taught the damage that we're doing. We don't know how to learn about the damage that we're causing. So in the Berlin, of course, we carry
generational curses.
You said what? Yeah, generational curses, generational curses or habits or what have you. You know, so I definitely feel like, you know, but also in that, while doing that and not realizing it, when you wonder why you get the neglect or the shunned shoulders or people don't want to come to you because you don't realize that you really don't know yourself. You really don't know how to respond or how to react. You're doing it this one way because it's been done for so long, you feel like it's right. But not realizing that nothing's changed. It really doesn't work. You're just reinstalling the same trauma that you know, that you're dealing with.
Yeah, you keep on reinstalling the same software on a broken computer.
On a broken computer, you know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, that's my take on that. Just a kickstart. Go ahead, brothers.
Somebody wanted to use they schooling in. I see they get good. See, 1 point. I like that.
Hey,
touche.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But hey Blake, I'm on here every week, man. So you know, I tend to ramble and people hear from me all the time. So being new to the show, man, if you don't mind, man, please share with us your thoughts and experiences.
I appreciate it. So like, just to kind of give y'all a little more background, you know, so I'm a married man. I got a house full of women, my wife, my 2 daughters, and 2 female dogs. All right. Now, you know, I'm only 33, I believe. Don't ask me. Anyway, I battle depression and
you must
anxiety.
be smoking that good then, don't you?
Hey, come fuck with me.
He said he said that he be chopping that wood because it tastes good when you smoke a brisket on. Okay, I'm.
See, I gave Rick a blunt last time. He ain't been right since. I shouldn't. I
never been right. He says he got a box full of runts, y'all. The candy runts.
We on air, boy. We in the state of Texas. They ain't even yet. But no, I mean, like, you know, on the cool. So like when I lost my son, I battled depression like a motherfucker, and mental health is wealth.
Yeah.
Like wealth. I'm sorry. Mental health is a bitch. I said it wrong. I'm sorry. So like me and my wife, and you know what I'm saying, we clear to talk about this because, you know, people that actually, you know, fuck with me, they know this. You know, we were on the terms of like, you know, separating bad. So like, you know, being a man, being in a situation where I don't want to lose my family after I already lost my, you know what I'm saying, my firstborn, you know, again, there's a lot of shit that you got to either swallow or shit you got to stand on. And sometimes you just can't stand on everything because, again, you're going to end up losing something major. Now, you know, that's what I was taught growing up, you know, just because, I mean, shit, you know, most black men that I've seen, again, my dad, he wasn't in my actual house, but I grew up with my stepdad. So I watched him, you know what I'm saying, especially when my mama was right or wrong. I watched him just suck it up and like, all right, cool, bet, all right, boom, bet, you know what I'm saying? And then boom, that shit tumbles over. And it tumbles over into a situation where it's like, all right, when the shit really hit the fan, I mean, again, it's like, you know, that man, like Rick said, why is he in the corner? Why is he? Because he don't want to be a part of that. Or he got a situation that, again, he might snap and break just because of the fact that, you know, hey, it boils over. It adds up. Like it's hard being, and this is an unquoted thing that people are saying, but it's hard being a male. I'm not just gonna say black male, but a male, period. Because again, like we have, just like some women, that choose to be trophy wives, or choose to live on a higher standard. Men have if they have a family or not, they're put on a pedestal that, again, you know what I'm saying, we really can't go lower of. Man can't cry. Man can't not have a job. Man can't not know how to do X, Y, and Z certain things. If not, he's gonna be judged amongst his performance, and then boom, we here and there. So it's like with me in my situation, I battled this shit a lot. I battled a lot because, again, it's hard. Like it's hard just to balance. Yeah. I mean, shit, Rick can speak for me because you know me. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure, bro, you know what I'm saying? Just the same as well. Like, I'm not sure if you're married or not, but it's like, sometimes we just shut up just to make sure that you're happy.
Yeah,
and if we don't shut up to be happy,
that backfires. And that backfires because with
big time.
Just interject just real quick, but no, go ahead and carry your point, bro.
No.
It backfires, man. Hush, take your feelings in, stop crying, not being asked as a youth, as a child, like, what is going on? How do you feel about what you're seeing? How do you feel about, when I get on y'all cases, this and the third, because I see how much it affects you, taking time out, asking those questions. Me, myself, personally, I was blessed with having a wife, a certain wife, and I was blessed with 3 boys, beautiful boys. And they taught me, like, I had to learn to shut the hell up and listen, so I can stop carrying on this behavior. It's like, Rick, Dad, like, you're not listening, like, you're not understanding me. It's like, okay, you know what, chill. So then it's a step. And then when it gets better, the relationship's in, and it's like, then it comes back to the point where you really originally wanted. It's like, you don't want them to go to anybody for nothing but you as a man, because these are your boys, these are your princes. Ain't no.
That's the problem now.
No, well, in terms of, when I say, like, these are my kingdom. Right? These are blueprints. You know what I'm saying? And if you treat them, but how can they believe that you consistently treat them like the exact opposite? So I have to take in myself and, like, really be honest, like, nigga, like, bro, like, Rick, this ain't working. Like, no, you keep getting the same results. But like I tell my sons, if you're not coming back to teach me something, or at least even something about myself, I haven't taught you anything. And especially if I'm not willing to receive it, I've done nothing but had a conversation with them. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes a lot of times our kids, let them help you let yourself see what the problem is. As long as, coach, they're not disrespectful or anything like that, but you don't want to get it to that point. But it's a new, I would say this, it's something that we should be doing a long time ago. How do you feel for today, baby? What's going on? What's going on in your mind? Or,
it starts the same day you do it with the little girls. You say, when they start talking, you do the same with the little boys. That's when it should start. I agree.
Actually, listen, and it's not about, I'm the man of the house. Shut up. You don't pay no bills here. It's bigger than that. It's way bigger than that. But that's that's the general curse, like you were saying. Like, that's something we have to work through and just diminish. But just to interject on that, those behaviors is hard. But
I mean, like, it's weird, like, because I totally agree with you on all that, just because of the fact that, it's like you set standard rules because, again, like, your pops taught you, and again, it's that generational curse, right? Like, the biggest issue that I learned, and I actually even, like, did a whole project about it. So, like, when my son passed in 18, I was gone. I couldn't run the house. I couldn't function right. I couldn't think mentally. And again, that's prior to what I was already holding amongst me from my past, or what I'm saying, like this other uncommon or unspoken things that we have to do. Like, prime example, Rick, you just said it yourself. You're trying to protect your kids. You're a protector, so therefore, this is why you do X, Y, and Z. And next thing you know, we're dictating. Next thing you know, we're kings of the house. Next thing you know, we're doing exactly. And like that shit, it's sometimes it's it's like our own pride doing that. Because like again, you know, pride is a motherfucker in all men. We all have pride, and it started young, not because you know, we didn't talk with our parents or they were, you know, saying emotional with us. Sports, competition. I want to win. You want to win. Mr. Monright, you make music, right?
Yes, sir.
You want to be the best rapper alive?
Yes, sir.
And I do too. So it's like it's healthy competition, but it's not streamlined like that at a young age. At a young age, nah, it's competition, cutthroat, boom, boom, boom. If you want to get where you want to go, this blah blah blah. What you got to do? So now you got a whole nother hat you got to put on. And again, depending on where you at in life, you know what I'm saying? Like from kids, teenagers to adults, like even us. Like I'm 32, and y'all 40 plus. Like it doesn't matter what age it is. Like mental health will fuck you up because it's not necessarily always what the women do. It's because of what we have to do that's not spoken. Like my wife expects me, hey, if motherfucker run my house, I need to go beat the nigga up. Well, if he's 7'2" Shaq, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I ain't got my pistol by the bed. If I get my ass whooped, she gonna look at me crazy. So I gotta explain to her I got beat up by Shaq. You know what I mean?
Hey, that's crazy. Because if you get beat up, she ain't gonna ever look at you the same. She ain't gonna feel safe no more. Hey, but hey, but look here, man. This deep for me, man. So y'all bear with me for a minute.
Take it down.
So, being a man in America, a black man in America. If you born in America, you automatically come out the womb with PTSD.
We had that conversation.
Yeah. Because you're coming into a world of turmoil where people were raping, murdering, stealing, pillaging, you know what I'm saying? And then being black in America, you have a whole continent that hates you for being you. Now, whatever this, you know, irregardless of what the truth is, we know Black history and we know where we stand in it. Some people are just learning about that now. Shout out to TikTok. TikTok messing up the game, bro, or helping out the game, depending on how you look at it, depending on which side of the line you on.
They say, hey, you saying too much, America, you saying too much. TikTok,
hey, but I look at it like this here, man. Both of y'all touched and said some real shit and some real things. And I will tell you this, man. Does the pain of black men hurt our women, or does the pain of a man hurt our women? Let me take out the label.
Yes.
Yes, it does. We don't know that we're doing it, but it does. Because I believe Chris Rock had it's a little skit going out there when Chris Rock says, babies and animals are loved unconditionally.
And women.
Right? Yep, I will get there. And
that's what he said. Women, men, and babies.
Yeah.
My bad.
Okay, my bad. Yeah, you're right. My bad. I misunderstood. But men are the only ones that get loved with condition. With the condition that you be a provider, a protector, a procreator. You know what I mean? Mess around and have some illegitimate sperm. Okay, your ass get out of there. Anyway, right? You gotta make like you said earlier. You gotta make money. You can't not have no job. You gotta be a
porn star.
You know what I mean? You got to rock the sheets, as they say. You know what I mean? You got to be good with the kids. You get pay bills and everything. Your responsibilities as a man on this earth comes with so much, and we deal with so much.
You act like it's healthy.
Okay,
it's unspoken rule.
Now, when you said all of those things, we're not allowed to cry, we're not allowed to show weakness, we're not allowed to do any of that stuff. That's because what we call a man box, and we live in the man box, right? And by living in that man box, we limit ourselves. That's why they say think outside the box, right? You know, I know for me growing up, talking about mental health, talking about anxiety and depression, no, we hid that. We put that up under the rug because if you are admitting to that, you're showing signs of weakness.
You're gay.
Right.
That's what I was brought up. They were taught you.
Right. Or something's wrong with you. We didn't. we didn't express
bitch.
Right. We don't get taught to process and we don't get taught to process and talk about our feelings. So then when we become adults, we don't know what to do, what to say, or how to handle those things. And so therefore, you know what I'm saying, we sitting there holding a bunch of stuff in that's tearing us up and eating us up inside.
And then we react. And then when we react to something like, or just blow up, like you went from 0 to 100, but that's the only thing that they're left with. That's the only thing that's considered. You went from this to 100, like, well, perhaps.
Right. Now, I'll say this.
Could be, but also, if it's not nourished, if it's not discussed, if there's no outlets, so if you understand me, if you understand me, if you know how to approach me, then that opportunity in terms of holding it in all the time, knowing that we can blow up, and I've been known to do this, taking it out on one of my sons or any of them, and like for no legit reason. It's a legit reason, but not for that moment. I made some. I turned a mountain, a pebble into a mountain.
So Rick, look at here. Men being reserved, right, leaves a woman's heart unheard. Because think about the back in the caveman days. The caveman would go out there and go hunting for days. Then he would come back. He would go sit in the cave to decompress, then come out and handle the family as necessary. That's why they call it a man cave. Right? If you look in the animal kingdom, depending on which animal you're looking at, the males stay separate from the pack and they kind of sit somewhere else off to the side while everything else is going on down in the field or in the plain or whatever. You know what I mean? And
taking their shoulder pads off.
You know what I'm saying? Does it make it right? Does it make it fair? I think humans put more into the true nature or the true intent of us being, right?
That's psychology though, because like Myers-Briggs and like down between introvert and extrovert. Some people need that. Some people don't need
and
that.
then you also have Maslow's hierarchy of needs as well, and so that's what I wanted to touch on. Everyone.
Okay.
Go ahead, Tanya. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say the ladies are backstage and they're commenting in the comments, as y'all can see. And from time to time, I'll drop in and I'll mention one of their comments, or I got something I want to kind of read in a minute that's going along with what y'all are saying.
Okay.
And I want to ask you about that
Margo's
too.
one right there.
Yeah, I see Margo has a couple things here. And whatever you said, Rick, Toshiba said you had help. Whatever you said, I don't know what you said.
Right.
But she said something. So Margo said,
Rick got a strong black woman behind him.
Yeah. And Margo said, I've learned and noticed that at times a man will operate on an autopilot function or shell of a man when he feels he's unheard or not valued, just to continue to survive or save his mind totally. And then she said, I've heard your phrase man box being called a manosphere as
bubble.
well.
Right. So I'm gonna say this. I was raised around nothing but women. Nothing but strong black women. And how the hell do I learn to be a man?
Exactly.
See what I'm saying? So I will say that on the side of him, not behind him. Hey, okay, Toshiba. Right. And
never that.
Yeah, and I will say this, I'm not because my dad passed in February, y'all know that. But I'm the son of a preacher man. Now my dad, even though my mom and my dad were divorced, he was a factor and he was relevant. So that's how I learned to be a man. See, I'm an 80s baby. I'm old school. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So I had these older folks teaching me, and that's the way I operate now. You know what I'm saying? From the old, from that teachings of my daddy and them.
Can I ask you something from the teachings?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there anything that he taught you from what you learned from that perspective that is not so good right now? Like, do you have kids or anything that something that he taught?
Yeah, so my dad was being a preacher. He was kind of closed-minded. He was kind of, set in his
God
ways and
says.
his beliefs. So, as I journeyed further and traveled the world and learned new ways of spirituality and religion, I would go back and try to have conversations with him, and he would just shut the whole thing down. And
Are you Christian?
so as my son was coming up, I found myself, because as children we mimic we mimic what we see, what we see.
We do in excess,
right?
They do in excess,
and then we repeat it because it's the only experience we have to draw on, because we are our experiences.
Right.
Until we learn better ways or different ways of doing something, right? So my dad was like that, and I found myself being that same way. My mom is tough. My grandma was a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Right, man. You know what I'm saying? So I found myself trying to break the cycle, trying so hard not to be something that I became.
Yeah.
It makes sense. I was trying so hard not to be something or like them that I became exactly that.
Yeah.
What age made you want to reset? Like, what age is that? Do you know?
I'll tell you. 34. In 2014, I was stationed in Korea. So in 2014, I was stationed in Korea, and one of my chiefs said, "Hey, I'm signing you up for this course called, it's a Master Resiliency course." And resiliency basically is the ability to bounce back in moments of adversity. And what this class was to teach me to be an instructor to teach this throughout the Air Force. I went to that class thinking that I knew I am the definition of resiliency. Look me up in the dictionary, because when you see resiliency, you'll see my picture. So I took it lightly, because I felt like all the trauma and drama in my life prepared me. I've been coping since I was born.
Right.
So when I went to this course, I sat there, and you do a lot of self-reflection and sharing. That was the hardest thing that I had to do, because it was 2 weeks of straight self-reflection and trying to get down to the inner core of me. And what I realized is, Michael Lee, you ain't shit. You ain't the man that you think you are. And by listening to other people's stories, I realized where I went wrong with my son. And I'll just kind of share with you, Blake. I didn't, and man, I'm sorry that you had to go through what you went through, but I didn't lose my son in the physical sense of him leaving this earth. But I lost my son because at 17 he decided to leave after I had raised him for 15 years. He went back with his mom, and the way that it went down was a little.
That shit hurts. Yeah,
wasn't pleasant, right? So I can connect with you up to a point, but you get what I'm trying to say.
I'm glad you said that. Now, like, a lot of people like okay, when I did lose my son, they didn't know exactly how to respond, and no one could connect. And again, there's nothing, like, if you haven't lost your son, you can't go through that. Me and Rick talked about this at Royal Hymns one time.
Right.
Long story short, me and you are so connected in like so many different ways, you just don't even know. So you say 34 is when you open your eyes and realize, because you had to go to a whole nother outside bubble in the United States and take a class. I was in my psychology class thinking, like, you know what, this is bullshit. All these people are retarded. You mean to tell me you can be born? Like, no, like, I came in there cocky as hell. I'm talking about, like, this is my first year of psychology, and I was the one in the back saying, no, I wasn't born a monkey. You know what I'm saying? In science class, first grade. So, imagine me in psychology trying to argue with somebody about, oh, you can be born gay, or you can be born about, like, it just didn't work out. But after, like, literally taking that course 3 times, don't tell my mama, because, again, I lost all the financial aid money to that. Like, it opened my shit up, because it was like, I really found out that Blake B ain't nothing. Like, I mean, again, like, I thought I was this culpable man. But again, it's like, mentally, I learned there's a whole nother anxiety that exists. I didn't believe in depression.
Yeah.
I talked down that shit so much until this shit hit me like a brick.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rick.
No, I'm just like,
okay.
I don't raise your head like it's cool.
Yeah.
When Blake did that, when he said that, it sounded like he was doing a roll call. I was like, here.
Oh, okay. So Blake, Blake, to kind of continue on, man, like I realized by taking that class, I realized what I had done, or what I was doing wrong with my son. And when I came back from that course, I sat my son down and said, son, Pop's gonna be real with you. I done messed up. And I realized where I went wrong with my son. It took that class being over there in Korea when I made the decision to go take him with me to Korea. And when he decided to leave, you know, he left basically a year earlier than what I was expecting, and it tore me apart because I had raised him, you know what I'm saying, for so long.
Bro. Yeah.
And you know, I think that, you know, from put it like this here, if you ever had a parent with multiple kids, you can and they all grew up in the same household, you can ask let's say 4, my mama got 4. You can ask each one of my mom's 4 kids what their experiences was growing up in that household, and you'll get 4 different stories, 4 different versions, 4 different
personalities,
traumas and dramas to which they experienced. You know what I'm saying? So, but when I say I'm giving y'all the root and the history of all of that shapes and forms us who we are when we enter into relationships. And when we enter into those relationships, as they say, we're bringing baggage. If you ain't processed, if you ain't healed, if you ain't found the right type of deal, if you ain't did counseling, and I'm gonna tell you right now, I spat in the face of those who dare try to counsel me.
Fuck counseling, counsel. I did too.
Because I felt like, because I was in the man box, I don't need counseling. That's a sign of weakness. People gonna think this. And in the military, if you went to mental health or whatever, they talk about it jeopardize your security clearance or your career or places you could go or could travel. You see what I'm saying? So hell no, ain't nothing wrong with me. I'm good.
Yeah.
No, I'm fucked up. I was raised in violence. You know what I'm saying? I was abused in every form of abuse that you can think of. I done seen dead bodies. I done seen people killed. Then when I joined the military, I done been deployed multiple times and seen things and heard things and everything else. So no, I'm fucked up in the head. That's why I got 70% PTSD right now. You know what I'm saying?
You know what you need?
You know what I mean? Yeah. So, but when I say all of that, we take that into our relationship.
Yeah.
Right? Now go ahead, Tanya.
It's a good place to interject to bring this part of this article in, because I have a question for you all along that same lines, Michael. So that's a great place to come in. Now, there's an article that I was looking at on blackhealthmatters.com, and the name of this article is Silent Pain, Black Men and Depression, right? So there's a point in here where it says, it's talking about, you know, in addition to trauma, Black men deal with a constellation of racism-related stressors like discrimination, stereotypes, mass incarceration, and police brutality. And it's talking about these stressors, how they degrade the emotional and mental well-being in various degrees. And when paired with social norms and ideas about masculinity that require men to remain strong, dealing with these harsh reality raises the risk of depression. Okay, and then we're talking about symptoms of depression that are commonly found in men include sleeping too much or too little, focus, loss of focus, anger, substance abuse, sexual dysfunction, physical pain, and suicidal thoughts, and how these symptoms can be damaging to families and communities. Do you all find that these type of things, or you have any type of depressions? You know, I know that you talked about your sons and all like that, but
I had all 7 of those. All of them.
All right.
And so when we out here living, right, and people say the pressures of the world, that's a true statement. It is the pressures of the world, because you know, when you think of psychology, sociology, and all of that stuff, you know what I'm saying, we're social beings, or we're creatures of habit. So we sit there and we're taught from day one. You only know what you're taught. You're taught to abide by societal standards. But I just happen to be raised, you know what I'm saying, in the opposing viewpoint. I don't agree. I don't agree with society. I want to know who called the sky blue and the ground green, and why the sky can't be green and the ground be blue. You know what I'm saying? I'm not finna do something. I'm not finna do something just because you said so. Why? I got questions, and I need those questions to be answered. And then real quick, and I'm gonna let you go, Blake. Put it like this here. This is my viewpoint. one man can be right and 100 people can be wrong.
Exactly.
But because he is outnumbered, the wrong will become right and the right will become wrong because simply the numbers don't match. Right. I don't agree with that concept.
I don't either.
Right.
But we'll get back to the topic of the.
That's on
topic. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Black.
That's really on topic because it's like think about it. Subliminally, we're trained. We're subliminally trained to
program.
Like, okay, so for example, y'all everybody play Pokemon, right? I know I'm talking to the fellas. We grew up on Pokemon, right?
Well, I grew up on Bugs Bunny and Transformers. I'm messing with you though. I'm messing with you.
Okay. So like, it's weird though, and I mean, I'm using a real cheesy, but again, like if you're my age, you probably will understand. There's over, if we know, 150 blah 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 more numbers, right? And every time we play the game, whatever, each one has.
Blake, hold on. It sounds like you got some good knowledge to drop, but you kind of fading a little bit.
Oh, let me get my phone. I think my iPad's down. Hold on.
I thought it was just me.
No, he was fading.
Now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
My bad. So, like, it's a cheesy analogy, but if you think about it, like, you need everything to connect. Like Rick was saying earlier, how the animals and all that, you know what I'm saying, they know habitat, or they know how to, you know what I'm saying, move, or the male, he's like off by himself, and we all have the same thing. Think about it. God is smart as hell, and by the way, I'm not a Christian, but I'm just gonna put this out there. You ever look at a tree? And I'm asking this to Rick. Rick, what does a tree look like?
The tree looks like?
No, like just anybody part about it.
Yeah, trunk, limbs, branches, leaves, sometimes fruit, sometimes flower.
Like a whole entire tree. What does it look like to you? If you turn it upside down and put it on your chest, what does it look like?
Looks like another tree.
Like your lungs. Like if you literally take a tree, no matter what tree it is, flip it upside down, it's like your lungs. A flower. We all know what a flower represents, right?
Yeah.
Okay, boom. Like everything happens for a reason, and you learn from the stuff. So, like, we know that trees give us oxygen, right? That's God's trick. That's God's trick right there. No one actually ever, you know what I'm saying, like sat there and literally put that analogy together. Now, bringing that back into perspective, I made that own observation myself. Nobody told me that. I didn't have no male perspective. My pops and them, again, they didn't teach me that. So with me making my own observations on my own, because again, I was raised by women.
Your inner self. It's a matter of your inner self.
Right. And now,
where it starts.
And like you were saying, how 100 people can be all the fuck wrong, and then I could be totally right. Again, who am I going to challenge to sit there and say, or to verify my opinion?
Exactly. So when you come in, yeah, but when you go into that type of mindset, man, we succumb to the societal norms or the societal pressures, and then now we're taking that into our relationships, and then we enter into a relationship. See, we'll woo the shit out of woman because we trying to get that woman or obtain a goal, and we'll woo the shit out. Can you woo? Hell yeah, I can. Right. So when we go to wooing, and then we get in there, see, we can't maintain that over a long amount of time because we still messed up.
Those woos turn into woes.
There you go. I like that, Rick. Woos and woes, right? That's why I always say when I ask the question, you know what I'm saying, when I'm, courting a woman, I'll be like, what are your wills and wants, do's and don'ts? You see what I'm saying? So now I can sit here and say, and also what are your woos and your woes? You know what I mean?
Don't coin my shit.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, but so I'll just say this real quick, man. We take that into our relationship, and then understand this: women have their own.
Exactly.
So I hope, Tanya, you got a plan to flip the script and go back. Okay. So women have their own. So now you're coming in and tell what is your baggage. But see, the woman does not understand the man because society is raising her and teaching her to be a woman. And in a male-dominated society, they're teaching her to be subservient to a man, right? And so equality. That's why women are fighting for equality. So the society is teaching her to be subservient to a man. So there's certain aspects that, depending on where you come from, she's not even allowed to question that. She's just supposed to, your man going out there doing this, you just give him his space, baby. A man gonna be a man. Give him his space, baby, and this, that, and the other. And then she ends up not even being able to conversate, communicate, or connect with her man because we're taught two separate, we're taking two separate paths. And now, in order to be, and when you look into, depending on what you believe and everything else, they're telling you got two halves to make a whole. You know what I'm saying? This is supposed to be your counterpart. But really, y'all ain't nowhere in the middle of connecting to being whole because you've been raised in two separate paths, and now you got to try to connect. So you bring all that trauma, you bring that, okay, one second. You bring all that trauma and drama into that household, and watch this. You sitting there telling her, girl, I'm trying to be with you forever and always. Forever, always, eternity. Those are terms of absolute. Those are never ending. How can you do that when you can barely hold a communication in your household? Sit together on a Saturday morning, Saturday evening, afternoon, or Saturday night, and see how much you have to talk about. Nothing. Because no one wants to talk about their fears and their worries and their dramas and their traumas because we have not been taught to share and or process. So you're bringing in, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, but I can keep going, but I'm gonna stop right there.
That is actually where I wanted to go, Michael. That is,
yeah.
I want to know from men, and you've already walked in that door, because I want to know from men if you know that the things that you have dealt with in your silent pain hurts women. What ways do you have to rectify that issue? But you said something really profound there about sitting and talking to the people, your mate, about can they actually do that? And some people really can't do that. And so
Tanya, you got, do you have two, sorry, I keep going with your point, but do you have two volume things going on? Because every time you talk, we're getting an echo.
I cut my mic off over here. So let me move. Is it better? I move closer?
It sounds better now, but you had a little static thing going on interfering with your talk.
Because my microphone over here probably just need to disconnect it.
Okay, okay.
But yeah.
Okay,
so
but continue with your thought.
My mind goes to that. I'm only addressing you all as the men right now. I will address the women later on, because I do want to know if we are trying to heal how we handle these relationships. And men, you do recognize, because you said it, the things that you have encountered and endured, you know that it hurts women. So I think about how it is that we can rectify that issue from your side. We'll talk to the women in a bit, but from your side is where my mind is right now.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
No, man, I've been talking long enough. I was just going to expound more. Go ahead, brother.
Honestly, one thing I got to say before you answer that, there's no person coming in perfect, coming without baggage in any relationship.
Exactly.
Your sound is a little off again. Okay.
I'm sorry, my bad. What about better?
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, good. That's good right there.
What I was saying was basically no one comes into any relationship, friendship, whatever, without any kind of baggage. And I threw friendship in there as well, because it's friends don't always see eye to eye. Sometimes they bump heads. Right. That being stated, knowing that you'll never be perfect to get married or whatever, how do you, the best way to approach that situation? Come in there with an empty mind. Don't come in there trying to fuck. Don't come in there, okay, yeah, she's fine. Or don't care, I'm trying to impress somebody. Or don't come in there with come in there literally trying to figure out who this person is. Because again, that ass may look good now. Well, my mom always told me, but then 5 years from now, that ass gonna match that face. You know what I'm talking about? So you can't sit there with that perspective, and then all of a sudden when you finally get the prize and the goal, because again, that's what men problem is. That pride one makes you want to get to that goal. My goal is to get the baddest chick in this mug. So again, if I got her talking to me, I'm already halfway there. Now I'm gonna finish this bad boy out.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, Pimp Shoes, you finna get me started. Don't get me. Look, I'm trying to stay on track now. Don't get me in my zone now. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it's the truth. That's how we are.
Yeah.
Competition, like I was saying earlier, pride, and if we take pride out of everything, or take the mind frame of the thought that, you know what, maybe I'm not the only nigga she talking to, so you know what I'm saying, I need to compete, or I gotta stunt, or I gotta do X, Y, and Z, so show that I'm better than the other 10 niggas on her phone. I mean, it's like that's your own mind frame. That's that pride making that up.
So I look at it like this here, man. You know, let's since we talking about, you know what I'm saying, you talking about some pimp shit. You know what I'm saying? So as I walk in the club, you know what I'm saying, looking lovely as fuck, and I'm trying to find me a young breezy, you know what I'm saying, to make things easy. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm being silly, man. But no. When you go in there, man, and you going in there like with the intent of, like I said, wooing somebody, and then trying to get them, like you're not even going in there. I mean, depending on your personality, you're not even really going in there being, true. Because I guarantee you, and I said this. When you going, let me break away real quick.
You did say earlier.
When you're going into for an application to a job, most of these things want to do a background check.
Exactly.
Are we doing background checks on the people we trying to woo? Hey. Now, you know what I'm saying? And I know we see the memes in about the contracts, the relationship contracts or the sexual contracts and all that. But I mean, why can't that be? 100%. Why can't that be? Because we're starting to see men taking advantage of women and their children. And we're starting to see women who, when the man goes to work or when the man's leave, due to whatever issues they may be dealing with, taking it out on the children as well. So you kind of go back and forth, but
you agree with polyamorous?
I will. That's who. Hey, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. Hey, we'll talk about that.
It's pretending where you're going with.
Yeah. So we'll talk about that. But what I'm getting at, man, basically is, you know what I'm saying? We spend so much time. We spend so much time wearing a mask. You know, we spend so much time presenting our masked persona that we don't even take the mask off to let people see what's really on us. You see what I'm saying? So, so when we're doing that, like we're not even giving that woman a fair shake. And sometimes in reverse, one will argue that, well, women put on makeup and dress up and they're not giving us them real selves. But we can bump all of that. But I'm talking about the human factor. So based off that human factor, we're not being real. We're taking everything that we had in our lifetime into this relationship. And then as in man code or man law, man box, manosphere, we take that into it and we're expecting that woman to know exactly what we're dealing with with the pressures of a man in the world. And she does not know because all of her life she's been taught to be a woman. Mm-hmm. And we don't disclose and we don't share.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Because it makes us feel vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. Right. You know, I want to hear from Rick in a few minutes because Rick been a little quiet.
But I'm sorry.
Shamika's in the chat tonight. Hi, Shamika Nicole. She says, so true, Tanny girl. It's no longer enough to know better, but we have to do better in order to bring about the resolution to bridge the gap between men and women. And yes, we need to do more talking like this. We need to do more understanding of both sides because everybody wants to do their side. Everybody just want to do their side, but we have to understand both sides.
And I agree that, man, it's not fair. It's like it's not fair. I put it like this here.
Who made it?
Right. So if a man talks about a man, or if a woman advocates on behalf of men, you'll see the comments in the comment section that, well, the same thing goes for a woman, and vice versa. Right. When it happens to a woman, the same could be said for men too. No, they're addressing specific.
That's why we're not dealing with the issues. That's one reason, because it's always the
right. So when you do that, at that point in time, they're talking. The content and the topic is specifically about man or woman, right? So allow that conversation to happen without it having to be back and forth, because you never learn. If you sit there trying to go back and forth, you're not hearing the message that's intended for man or for woman. Now, the relationship aspect, man, I can tell you right now, a lot of relationships that I've been in, and I'm not saying a whole lot. I mean, as far as being an adult in serious relationships, I think I've been in about 4, and I'm 42. You know what I'm saying? But we get into those relationships and we take that with us. And being a man in those relationships, I wasn't all the way right. So that's why it ends up being 4. Right? Because if I was right the first time, then I would probably still be where I was the first time and not 3 more later. So
You don't give yourself any kind of like any room to grow though. Like you don't.
No, yeah, it ain't. Hold on, fam. Look, now we talking about as a kid to an adult. Like we talking about from my teenage years to 42. I'm teasing, bro. But no, but
I want you guys to give me some very strong points of how you feel about this, because I got to get ready to bring the ladies back in. And I want you to go hard. I want you to tell me raw, very raw, how you feel about this, because it's time for Michael. You doing it? You doing a good job, Blake? You telling me some things. Rick, you got quiet on me. I want to know full scale.
Yeah, the learning experience goes both ways, but I do want to chime on the fact that how we learning the emphasis of trusting the God within us. But also I see a lot of times, even starting with myself, as it should start, that we also we're fearing ourselves. We're fearing
we're losing
that. We're fearing the capability of being vulnerable.
I agree with that.
As I made another point earlier, actually I typed it out so I don't forget. It was family contributes to trauma, as it can take family to help undo it. As it starts, as it should be undone. So it's like me learning from my family in terms of trauma and ignored signs and signals and things that's not being addressed. But you question yourself as a kid when you get older, and you find yourself in that same kind of thing that you fight not to be, Michael, as you addressed earlier. Sometimes I believe, and even just living proof, it may not be your family that you grew up with. It could be the family that you grew. It could be your own spouse. It could be your kids that can help undo your trauma. We're able to identify it, and us feeling, men prideful, like you can't tell me shit. You can't tell me nothing I already know. That's like from courses, like you talking about, going to courses and learning something about yourself. Like you don't like, okay, well, I don't know shit at the end of the day, which is true, because there's many things you know everything about yourself. Like as I said earlier, if your kids can come back and teach you something about yourself, you're not being receptive. And what kind of teacher are you? What have you really taught? So they're able to come back and tell me, hey, this is what you did and you said, or when it was done, you didn't even count that, da 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 da. It's like, you know what, son, you sure right. And I remember the time when I even did this. Yes, I thought that you forgot about it. No, see, that's the thing. These are the things that weighs heavy on our heads, especially as a father. Am I doing good?
Rick.
Doing a good job, or am I doing okay as a husband, or how can I treat this? Like so many things going in our head, going in our minds, and that weight is like, and to project it. For the most part, I find myself with other brothers that are fathers like yourself, like yourself, Blake. People that individuals that I can actually and only relate to. You know what I'm saying? To actually get that off of my chest and to have like, it's like we are each other's shrink, and it's all for free, but it's all for love and it's all for good. So, of course, pick your people, pick your tribe, choose your tribe wisely. But yeah, like I said, I stand firmly on this.
Hey, Rick, I wanted to expound on something you said.
What's up?
All right, number one, I remember about a year or two ago when we had our talks about our kids.
Right.
Remember that when we was both going through the same thing at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And then secondly, I'm gonna just give you an example of exactly what you said when we're trying to we're trying to put our stamp in our own house when really we don't even have to. And I can admit, I've said this before. How many times that when your woman tells you you're not here, or you're not there, or you're not supported in this manner, or right man in the manner to which I want you to be, and you say, "Well, I pay the bills, I go to work, I do these things," and you start talking about the conditional factors of what you're programmed to do, and you miss the whole topic of conversation to what she's saying when she's requesting your presence, right? But you start throwing out those conditional factors, and hey, like, no, I'm not talking about that. And because, like you said, we're fearful and we're living in our man box, we don't want to delve into the depths of the whatever's going on. It could be something as simple as just sitting down, watching TV, holding a hand, rubbing her feet, or whatever the case may be. But we so programmed to boom, 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 boom. Something that they're not realizing. When you get up and you walk out that door and you get in your car, I'm wondering if I'm gonna make it back home alive. That's the world we live in. Number one, traffic. Number two, or I probably should say number 1, police, then number 2, traffic. Like, you know what I'm saying? Number 3, a hater, somebody that's jealous, you know what I'm saying? Or whatever the case may be. Like, you got the world of troubles. And then you got the world in the struggles of trying to provide for the house and making sure everything's right, because we're taught that men are supposed to be, and then we pretty much just discord our significant other and not allowing them help. Because but when we close, I'm gonna pass it. I'm done. But Tanya, when we close or before we close, I'd like to read a poem before we close out.
Okay,
I got a poem that covers this whole topic.
Here's what I want to do real quick. I'm going to read the chat while the three of you guys gather your thoughts for your final thought before we go to break and bring the girls in. And then, Michael, you read your poem after your final thought.
So discount that. I'm sorry, Rick, because I interrupted, and Shamika agreed. She said, Rick, make sure you finish your point because it was getting real good. And I'm sorry if I interrupted you, brother.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to read the chat real quick anyway while you all get your final thoughts together, because what I want to do is you give me your final, and then Rick, Mike, you read your and then,
teachable moments. I like that, Blake. Teachable moments.
I hope you got your point. Hope you got your point there, Rick. Back up here a little while ago, Shamika said, "Whoo, these hidden agendas that lay under those masks." And Toshiba agreed. Mike said exactly. Blake says, God makes adjustments right in the middle of the game. I call them teachable moments. Agreed. Toshiba says, part of this is knowing your worthiness. We came to this earth with worth. Sometimes we lose it along the way because we are so many things to some people, so many people, okay, except ourselves. Gotcha, Toshiba. Got you on that. Margo says, put the mask down and be real, folks. We don't have as much time as we think with the way the world is going today. Get to the core, consider your options and what you're willing to deal with, move forward. Shamika was talking about, Rick, you finishing your point.
Yeah.
You know, so Rick, are you ready to finish that point?
Yeah, I think I kind of did.
Rick, Shamika was also saying that Toshiba, so true, beautifully said.
I'll just say this. So in terms of the final thoughts, I'll just say this. It all starts with us. It all starts with ourselves. At the beginning and the ending of the day, we always have to continue to work within ourselves. So to start with that, you can address anything, but there's steps to that. You have to take them. We have to take those steps. We have to rearrange and undo and rewire and unwire that which we're programmed to do. Our family tell us, our kids tell us, society reminds us of what we need, how and what to undo. It's getting harder. It's getting harder for us. Just because you see someone wearing an oversized outfit when they're working out at the gym, eventually the clothes gonna have to come off. You can see the muscle build up throughout all that time. All I'm saying is, in terms of the cover up, there's a lot of strength, there's a lot of sculpting that's been done, there's a lot of beauty enhancement that's been done from within. You just have to learn to take it off and build it and share that growth, because we hide a lot of things that can help us as men, myself. And I've been internalizing that doing action, taking action, doing more things, doing things differently, doing the exact opposite that wasn't working. And for our kids to see that, it's like, yo, okay, all right, pops. Or like, one of my sons is like, gets to age, like, I can't wait to move out of the house. I can't, everything, blah, 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 blah. And I was at one point where if he's ready to leave, and he can see how the world is. I have to rearrange my thoughts. Like, wait a second, that's how we set our kids up for failure, but not preparing them. So we do have to endure to a certain extent. We do have to endure as they've endured us, and perhaps cause mental strain. We cause mental strains along the way, but it takes the undoing. It takes us. We are the head. It starts with us, and it's a beautiful thing. Depending on how you look at it, to me, it's a beautiful thing because when you give something and you share it, certain things are taken out and the necessary is put in and is given back. That helps. You know, the hey, how you doing? It's good to see you, or just little things, you know, just replenishing us, because we're human too. We're strong to a certain extent. Women are strong in their ways. Men are strong. We're strong in our own. Women are strong in their ways. Men, we're strong in our own. We have our own attributes to enhance, and that's what we need to do: enhance one another in terms of our capabilities. Because we love being provided. I love being provided. I love being protected. I love being looked upon as a stronghold. I enjoy that. You know what I'm saying? But to be told and to be shared that, hey, baby, I love you. Kiss on the forehead. Hey, proud of what you're doing. Just those little things. You won't even care. We'll have to deal with, or the old trauma. It subsides. It subsides because it's filling in. With the bullshit subsides and the good increases. That's therapy for us. That's therapy. That goes a long way. And when you see the increase in our efforts, hey, like I said, it takes family, as it took family to cause trauma, it takes family to undo it. We just have to learn to wise up and realize to be receptive of it. It has nothing to do with our ego. Yeah, you're the man of the house, you're the father, I get it. But enough of that, you don't say nothing in my house. I run this. You know, these kids, your family is the product. They are a reflection of you. And if you can't listen to your own reflection or see your own reflection, you don't want to see your own reflection, you need to check your makeup. Take off the makeup. You know what I'm saying? What do you say, Mike? Versus fake up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
you make up and fake up, baby. Yeah.
Allow yourself to be dealt with. Allow yourself to be dealt with. Because it will come from the right place as long as you're in the right reception. You know, so it's not about you getting attacked. That's our problem. That's what we've been dealing with. Always trying to get attacked because we're supposed to be the stronghold of you ain't supposed to be thinking and crying and all that and showing your feelings with. Wait, what? That's why we are where we are. And that's why we have to fight from what we're dealing with.
You gotta set your pride to the side, baby.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, thank you, Rick. Rick did that. Okay, thank you, Rick, for your final thoughts. Blake, I want to get your final thoughts in just a second. I'm going to read this chat real quick because I see people put in. So between y'all's comments, I'm going to read real quick. Blake, you were saying about hydrating. So
you gotta read the comment before that.
Okay. Which one before about the teachable moment? So fun.
What's the name? Let me look. My bad. I closed.
I just want to make sure I get that in the right way.
The one that Shamika said. She was saying, yes, Blake, teachable moments. I was just saying hydrate to that. Like, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. And then Toshiba came back, and while you were talking, that 11:11 hit. So she said, 11:11 synchronicity, babe. The universe agrees with you. That was good. Then Mike came through with most operate on the notion of presenting forced smiles and mask personas due to being afraid of revealing our true selves. Blake said, can't lose. Blake B. And Mike came back with old habits had the rabbit running and chasing carrots. Was caught in the gadget, lost his life to a hatchet. What the hell? And then he said you gotta change your ways in order to change your wage. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I got you. All right, Blake. Come on through with your final thoughts, and then we'll get Mike after you. If there's any comments, I'll read them in between.
So in a nutshell, both of my brothers here, like they said, so much of a mouthful. I'm not even gonna try to cover everything. But just like, you know, from my perspective, I'm gonna be devil's advocate because that's the only way I can challenge myself to be a better person. We ask, how could we go in here and change ourselves from doing the generational curse that was brought down. Man, bro, like when you said you was 34 and you you know what I'm saying, just when you open your eyes, I was young and they had me questioning a lot of shit. Even had me questioning Christianity. Now again, I'm not trying to pick battles, but my point of what I'm trying to get at, pride. That's one thing Christianity did teach me. And meaning we have that. I asked you earlier, like, who's calling who out? Who's saying that, you know what I'm saying, you can't do X, Y, and Z on these things. Well, we only make them on our own assumptions or whatever because of our own pride. And I'm speaking for myself. Mainly because, again, it's like, you know, I can't blame my wife or I can't blame any other chick that I decide to talk to, you know what I'm saying, for past sexual ties, past emotional ties, past whatever. I can't bring that over. Like, or I can't let the problems of my day be reflected out into, you know what I'm saying, like the way I present myself to them. Presentation is a motherfucker. Like, trying to get these out, right? And again, say to something that, again, is very, very thoughtful. Like, most people like application just so they again get their foot in the door, or they can, you know what I'm saying, they're trying to get to their goal. I challenge myself by not making everything a goal. Like, first off, I had to learn how to fight my pride and stop sitting here and coming in with my bad intentions or greedy intentions or sexual intentions. And again, or hell, even when it comes to the situation with just being with my wife, like if I'm missing, like, you know what I'm saying, situational things because, you know, my pride let me, you know what I'm saying, shut somebody out, or like Rick, like I don't even know how to record what you stated, but in a nutshell, you was like, you know, I gotta learn to shut the fuck up sometimes, because again, like, I'm an ESTJ, whatever, you know what I'm saying. My wife, she may be blah 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 blah. None of that shit connects.
EFNEP. Hey,
like that Myers-Briggs, I believe in that mug heavily. You know?
Yeah.
That builds.
So if y'all wondering what he said, those letters that we're quoting out, that's the Myers-Briggs survey that tells you about you, and it's one of the things. It's one of the things that they recommend. We went to a marriage retreat, but it's one of those things that they tell you to do as far as personality, and kind of like the 5 love languages type of deal. You know what I'm saying? So figure out your personality. You can take and look at it, and you probably be shocked and surprised at what it tell you. At Myers-Briggs. Sorry, go ahead, Blake.
I'm glad you covered it because I wasn't gonna be able to do it. Like, in a nutshell, I encourage and challenge everybody, like you and your wife, you and your partner, whatever, go do that test and then trade results with each other. So then
hey,
now,
hey, send me that. Please send me that. Text it to me.
I got like change
right.
your spouse, whatever, and then you're gonna learn that, hey, you know what?
Dropping out sound, Blake, your sound dropping out again.
My fault. Like, if I with you to literally share that with your spouse, whoever, you might find out that, hey, you know what? I'm this super loud person, blah 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 blah, and come to find out, I introvert. She don't like all this extra. She wants to be by themselves. So with me not having that same type of energy with her, or we're not connecting, all of a sudden my pride makes me get mad at her, or it makes me, well, why you ain't like this? Or just like you were saying earlier, 100 people are right, or they feel like they right, even though, you know what I'm saying, my one thought may not be right or wrong. Like, that's exactly how the type of mind for me, because like, we create our own scenarios. You gotta literally learn how to swallow your fucking pride and stop being a bitch. And I say it like that because, again, general, like, we associate the bitch being, you know, blah blah blah, but in theory, though, being a bitch is basically someone that, again, wants to hide behind their pride and can't be wrong. That's me.
That's a major issue. Right. You can't be wrong. You can't be told nothing about yourself, and hence you're not learning anything. And you're not learning anything. How the hell can you teach anything?
You know, you can't learn from the dominator because you have no dominance in the house.
Well, you know what? I just want to thank you so much, Blake. Mike, you said gotta set your pride to the side in order to survive, and Margo said personality traits surveys. You know, I want to make sure that we go ahead and get these ladies back in here so that we won't drag on too long on the subject matter. So, Mike, you go ahead and give us your final thoughts and read your poem, and then we get on out and bring the ladies back in.
Okay, I just want to say this real quick. I end up writing a paper on followership. And when we're talking about a man's pain in a relationship and then how and does it hurt our women? It does. I'm just going to agree to that. It does. We may not know how much it's hurting them, but it does. But what women do in order to try with their mindset of supporting their man, they take on a lot of shit. But the man, oftentimes men don't realize the sacrifices of a woman. Okay? In order to support you, she's quiet. Or she'll let you think you the man of the household. right? While as Toshiba said, standing alongside of you, and you're gonna hear it in the poem here in a minute, while standing alongside of you to help you obtain your true, your true success or your true nature, your true strength. So that's one point that I wanted to point out. And then, like I said, man, we deal with so much, but because we're in our man box, we don't share exactly what we're dealing with, right? How can someone know? And I say this as a man, to my old lady, you know what I'm saying? If you don't tell me what's wrong, how do I know what to fix? You see what I'm saying? What they say, the squeaky gear, the squeaky whatever gets the oil or whatever the case may be, closed mouth. Right, closed mouths don't get fed, same analogy. So you have to disclose what you're dealing with in order for that woman to support you appropriately. Done with that. Now I'll get into this poem. That's why I got to shorten that up, because this poem pretty much, in a sense, it explains everything that we've been talking about. In a sense, it touches on some societal things, some blackness and all of that. But I'll just read this and be done with it and pass the mic, and then I'm out, and we can go with all of that.
I'll bring the women in.
Yeah, you can bring them in. You can bring them in.
Now, I want you to do your poem first. You go ahead and do your poem.
All right, I just had it, and then I closed it trying to comment. Where the hell did it go?
For the sake of time, I was gonna go to break and then bring the women in. I'll just have as soon as you're done, I'll just have the women unmute, and I'll bring them right in.
Yep. All right, here we go. Ha! Let me put this up here real quick. Here we go. This right here is I called it the plan, but it goes with this topic. If you look deep into the eyes of a soul, you'll see if you look deep into the eyes of a man, you'll see his soul. If you look beyond his soul, you'll see stories that's been untold. Confined in a man box, because that's what a man's taught. Shed no tears, show no fear. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Heart never open, commotion is how he's coping. Thoughts never focus, they want you to remain hopeless. Regardless of his conditions, now father's in a penitentiary, mother's left to fend for herself, repeating history. Let's dive into the mystery and see if we can get to the truths and the facts of the plan and what is meant to be. See, they designed a system to make sure the man is missing while he's gone control the women who eventually control the children. See, they offer them assistance with single parent conditions. No man can set foot in your house or they'll renege it. And even though they're alone because the man of the house is gone, the classical condition and convince them that they are strong. Mental manipulation to dissolve her frustration, resentful and out of patience, she evolves a different lady. See, daddy's been released but confined to a short leash. Mama need daddy to be more than what he can be. And at the current moment, daddy can't do shit. He's black and in America, that's a death wish. Let's not forget, he's a felon now, fresh off lock. Payments, he's on a schedule. How? Without no job. This drama's a situation and mama got stipulations. Daddy ass shit out of luck. There goes probation. Environmental restrictions fueling our inhibitions. Thus you have cyclic behavior, recidivism. They can control your conditions, but nothing of your decisions. It's up to you to change your vision and navigate with precision. Let's develop our own strategy, create our own faculty, educate and elevate our minds on our anatomy. Like the construct of melanin, palms up, make a fist. Black Panthers didn't mess up the hood, they defended it. Our women need our protection, love plus affection. Fellas, learn how to express your feelings, it's well respected. The world feared us as king, but forgot one thing. The success of a man's kingdom comes from the strength of his queen. So those black fists that's attached to your black arm, why don't you lift them and yell, too black, too strong. Two blacks, too strong. You need your woman by your side, man. Swallow that goddamn pride so y'all can survive. I'm done.
All right. Yeah, that's what we're doing. All right. Thank you, Michael. Thank you very much. Well, I tell you what, ladies, I'm not going to go to break, as I said just now. Go ahead and unmute yourselves, and I'll bring you back into the house. Come on back from the backstage. And I see Veronica still giving you your hands, still giving you your flowers. There you go. Hey, let's give a hand for the guys anyway for holding it down.
Yeah,
Had my big head sitting in there just for a moment, you know. I was just there.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good here in Jackson. It's all good.
Y'all did y'all thing, yes.
Okay, do I have any mic feedback and no? Okay. I was making sure my mic is still out. Okay. I'm gonna bring my other personality back in. Tan J is back. Okay. But ladies, I know you've been backstage, you've been listening to the guys, and before I get you to comment on some of the commentary, you know, the views of the guys, I want to pose the question of the show, the living room, to you as a woman. Do you feel like the silent pain of Black men hurts women? Just answer that in general to me, and then we'll take it from there.
I think they do, to a certain extent. But when they hurt and we try to comfort them, they won't let us. I just feel like men should open up to us, let us know, why they're hurting. Let us help you sometime, and don't shut us out. Just let us in sometime. Just really let us come in and try to help you, or see if we can work it together. Not behind you, not in front of you, but beside, like they say, beside you.
Right.
I would say this or that, because I even noticed, like, with my siblings, what have you, it's all about, even from my marriage or just, within my siblings and just family members in general, it is also always a matter of the approach. Are you going in, or are you trying to come with? Are you going with, not going against, not coming at? It's all about the approach. That's why, I myself find it difficult, to tell if it's sincere. Are you really going in, or are you really sincere about having an interest about how I feel, or the problem? Especially it's like on the regular, I was concerned. It's like I have to believe that you're really concerned, about my well-being. I know it's just like with, I would say, like, my siblings, stop going hard on him all the time. He knows what he is. He's a grown man. Go in, and he's such and such age at this point. You think that it helps? You got to come with you. But at the same time, while you're going in, did you really go in? Are you really curious about what's going on? Are you really curious about that? Do you want to know that, or do you want to talk about what they need to take care of? How are they going to take care of anything exterior if the individual is not being considered from what's within? How are we to know? One, if we're not taught to fight through that, but not knowing how to share things with having the expectancy of sharing it. Well, we're not used to that. Certain men are not used to that. So of course the opposite is like, okay, I'm being vulnerable, I'm being weak, or I'm being a punk. Those are the things that we struggle with. It's coming from a genuine place. It's like one of those things, angels and demons look alike. I set myself up for failure to be told again, hey, you weak, you need to do this, you need to do that, blah, 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 or my well-being, my inner well-being, something that we're not used to. We're never taught. We don't know how. We have to learn on our own.
I got you. So let's let the women answer their question real quick. Then we'll do a little back and forth. I just want the women to chime in and answer that question real quick.
I'm going to shut the fuck up.
Okay. The live women. I want to hear from Toshiba and Margo and Tammy. We ain't gonna say them about her. Toshiba and Margo. Go ahead and give us a view real quick, okay?
As far as men being silent and not saying much, I'm thinking, everybody says communication.
But do you feel like it's hurting women?
It hurts because there's a lot of times we often question ourselves a lot to make sure that it's not us that's adding so much onto the plate of a man that is already going through a lot with the weight of the world, but also coming home and receiving anything that we might not fully be aware of, and adding extra stress because we don't know how to approach a situation. We just don't know what they handle outside the home 100%. There's an old saying, somebody that I know used to say, it's not supposed to rain outside and inside the home at the same time. Meaning it's supposed to be a peaceful place when you enter into your threshold of your home, and you both work at keeping it and letting it be a peaceful place and space to share. It's supposed to be a place where you're both able to take off those hats that you wear during the day and come to a common ground to be able to help each other. And on some cases, some men, this is a new area for them to be able to really express or communicate those feelings or whatever, or even knowing how to label those emotions that they go through with dealing with the weight of the world or the weight of just the whole household and everything that comes with being a man. It makes the female question and think about everything. It's like a heavy rotation and Rolodex of, did I do this right? Did I do this? And it makes you feel unease because you don't know what's going on unless he decides to volunteer that information. But it's not for the female always sometimes to go in and pry that out of him. There is a decompressing moment or detoxing and all that stuff. When I was married, my ex-husband worked for the fire department. So it wasn't for me to jump right at it and conversating, because sometimes he's like, babe, I need like an hour in the car. You don't know what I've seen on these calls. So it was like, let him sit in the carport in the car for about 30 minutes to an hour. Then we need to start coming in. Let's see what he says or if he wants to share or how his day going and this and the other. So I get that part. Nobody wants to be faced with, as soon as they come through the door, or to even know what to say or divulge on all that information, right. You don't want to just drop all this weight at one time. But it is something that you need to consider and pick at and just start to chip that stuff down so it doesn't have so much of a control and weight, for a long portion of your relationship in your life or your life together. But definitely it hurts because you're wanting to help, you're wanting to be there, you're wanting to be open and get to the bottom of this issue. And if nobody's really talking about the real stuff, then y'all not getting nowhere.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Margo. Toshiba, what do you feel in relation to the question about silent pain of Black men hurting women?
I think it does. It does hurt us. Like Margo said, the isolation that we feel when we are wanting to help our men, and sometimes it not being a safe place for them. And so oftentimes they go outside of us to someone else because they don't have that at home. It's not a safe place a lot of times for them to open up. And so they look for, comfort from someone else that, will stroke the ego for them, make them feel good. And then sometimes that other person gets all the best stuff. And they come home and we get the crappy stuff. And so I think definitely it hurts us in that manner when you're not aligned with each other. And I mean, Margo said a lot. She said a lot of what I wanted to say.
But that's his life experience.
It is
in a whole lot of
yeah, and I just think we have to, with each one of us, it's really just about, I wasn't taught to look within. I wasn't taught, put you first. My parents, they never put themselves first. They was helping everybody else and doing everything else for everyone else. That's why I said we are so many things to everyone else but ourselves. And so I definitely learned that from my mother and my father, always helping everyone. My sister and my brother too. All three of us struggle with that, because we're constantly putting other people first. And so it definitely weighs and puts a strain on everything else because we're not taking care of ourselves first. You have to start with yourself, and then you start with the people around you. And if you're never taught that, there's always going to be some type of isolation. It's going to be hard to communicate. It's going to feel like it's not a safe place because instead of me encouraging, it's, oh, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? How come you don't talk to me? Da 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 da. And it becomes a nagging session instead of baby, I love you session.
Yeah.
And a way to slow down some of that nagging section on each other's part is slowly merging and bringing each other into each other's world, whether it's workspace or whatever hobbies and all that stuff is. A good lesson that I learned was, still, because I learned a lot from that ex-husband and marriage and all the craziness. He brought his work stuff home, the air pack, the jacket, the boots, the pants, all of it home. And he said, try this on. He wasn't necessarily trying to teach me a lesson, but when I started putting this stuff on, and I was like, I took it off and I started crying. That, babe, I can't imagine you wear this for, 24 hours on, 2 days off, and it slowly rotates throughout the week. And I said, I can't imagine throwing this on every call, depending upon what type of call you have, and having to walk, or the moments you get in those scared positions and you just got to perform. I said, it takes a special person to be able to do that. And I know you went through training for that. And now I understand because I couldn't do it. That's not for me. That's not the job for myself. So that made me, okay, back up a little bit. Back up a little bit.
Right.
And then there was a moment some while back, he seen what I did. And he had a different appreciation. It's not as tough as the other, but it was still valued as that is. He said, I see how you're passionate about it. You light up a different way. You really go hard and these kids love you, blah, blah, blah. That's a special job because who else could take on a classroom of 20 kids and just do, and constantly moving and doing all this stuff. And I said, you're right. And I said, when I come home and I'm tired, I really am tired. So give me some time. Like, I don't want to, just hit with, hey, I need this cleaned and what you cooking for dinner and blah, blah. Like, ain't you been here? Can't you take some frozen meat and put it on the counter? Like,
yeah.
Make it ready for when I get there so I can make it. And it don't have to slow me down because my energy level is like,
because you've been giving all day.
When you slowly merge each other's into each other's world to kind of see different aspects of it, then it makes it better for understanding and eventually opening up more for communication and really, hey, this is what's bothering me, or this is what's going on in my world, and vice versa. So,
well, I have a question
for your
for
thoughts
you.
is what they say. A penny for your thoughts is what they say. You tell me, I'll give you a penny, you tell me what's going on with you. Or, they'll come in, they can ask you, what's going on with you, but their ego is so high that they won't tell you what's going on with them. In my situation, I have, my situation, my friends he don't tell me what's going on with him. I have to Make it out of it. Until he can tell me what's going on, then I can help him. Or I say, let's work together. Let's see, can we put our minds together and work this out?
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to help you. So I just try to help.
I also think that everything has a time and a place. Rick and I have been to counseling before, and we tried the exercises. They didn't work for us at that time. And so, and it could have been the design of the exercise, or he wasn't all the way in it, or I wasn't all the way in it, but we were trying to be in it. And so what's helped us over the last couple of years is just, starting to heal each other, ourselves first, and then being able to heal ourselves first and being able to come together more. And so that's why, I always say it starts with you first. Yeah.
When the guys were talking, Michael was saying something to this degree that I wanted to pose towards you all as the women. Do you believe that the unrealistic setup that people have given to women about what we need to see in a man and what we need to see in us also causes a hindrance in the relationship? He should be this way, he should do this here, I should be this way, I should be this way here. Because Toshiba, as you talked about just now, how men can sometimes stop talking to the one that's inside the house, start talking to somebody out there, then my mind went to that too. Is there some type of world that we have that is built up because of a way that we feel like it should go, as opposed to something that breaks down that keeps you still together? So do you feel like there's some teachings that go on, about women, how you should be in a relationship, how he should be, that hinders us, back to the beginning of that question, that it hinders and causes a rift, and then again causes that breakdown for them to start talking to people outside instead of us?
Absolutely. I think so. The church definitely teaches you, if a man don't eat, if a man don't work, he don't eat. So, he's supposed to be the provider. He's supposed to go out and do this. He's supposed to be the head of the house. And the woman is supposed to just submit.
Mm-hmm.
I like the way you was letting your eyes looking up with that one, the submit thing.
Because I've never agreed to that. And I tried to do it for a long time. And I think that not being true to who I know that I really am hurt our relationship for a long time. And even though Rick doesn't agree or doesn't like when I say I'm not a submissive wife, the reality of it is I'm not. But we work together to do things. It's not like I'm just over here telling him what to do, even though it is perceived that way by a lot of people in our family. I don't give a flying F. We know what works in our house.
Yeah, I think those are good guidelines, but still nobody knows how to do it or about it until they're in it for themselves.
Right.
And I always given that little
And I think that definitely one of the things that, just speaking personally, what I struggle with, or I used to struggle with, not so much anymore. I've learned not to do it as much anymore, but compare Rick to my father, because my father was that man that went out and did everything. He did go to work every day, and he did come home, and he gave my mom all the money. He did make sure that the outside, all the cars were washed, all the cars were gassed up, all the cars were maintained, the yard looked good. He did all of those things that society says a man should do. So then when me and Rick got married, I was like, you need to be doing this and you need to be doing that. You need, because that's what I knew from my own experience, as that's the thing, that I saw growing up. Now, I'm not, my mom was not a submissive person. She did what she wanted to do, but it worked for them. You know, it worked for them. My dad was content with how it was, and or at least I think he was. If he wasn't, he never said it. He never displayed it. You know, he just went on doing those things that he needed to do, and everybody was good. You know, we were taken care of. The house was taken care of. My dad was firm. I say it all the time. My dad was a chauvinist. You need to be in the house. You need to be. Why are you out here with these? Because me, I'm like, I'm gonna see what's going on. No, you need to be in the house. Go wash some dishes, clean up, cook dinner. Now he wasn't like be barefoot and pregnant, but he definitely was like, you don't need to be out here with these men. You don't need to be out here under the hood of the car. You don't need to do this and you don't need to do that. But then at the same time, he was like, you need to know a couple things for yourself so you don't get, you know.
Right. So you don't be completely ass out when there's
Yes.
a situation.
So
and it's just
I definitely think that, you know, society plays a big part, and then especially, you know, your experiences in your home, which you learn growing up, plays a big part on what our idea of what a man should be. And like you said, Margo, you don't know until you're really in it and you're living it, and you got to figure it out, because you know we get a lot of input on how things should be in our house, and I'm like,
and like, wait a minute,
you
not
don't pay
in
no
my
bill
house.
at this house.
And I think y'all, you do. Two people get together and you develop your own what you feel that you need, or that you need to see most.
Let's create our own strategy.
What you need to see most, in a sense that where we both are okay. Like I would say, let's make sure that I see most that we are making sure we keep ourselves up, ourselves healthy and stuff like that. Because you're like, look, I want longevity with you. If it's supposed to be forever, I want it to be forever. However, you know, length of time that God grants us.
Forever, ever.
Yeah, it's for however long to the
Forever never seems that long until it's gone.
I say to the shit catch fire and the wheels fall off. Hey.
Well, you know, I don't know if the guys can see the private chat. I was saying, guys, don't go far away. I'm ready to bring you back in for a quick discussion so that we can get out of this. You know, we're not going to do a full roundtable with the ladies. This was just really a quick wanted to see how the ladies felt. And I want to bring this into a full discussion so that we can get out of the living room. So don't go out far away thinking I'm about to do a long roundtable with the ladies, because that ain't what I'm about to do. Tanya is ready to bring that discussion, because I have a few things I want to pose to both sides. So, guys, I would say come on in, unmute and come on back in so that we can bring this together and we can get on out of here. I want to ask a question, but I see there's some chat. Somebody want to help me with the chat real quick and read a little bit while I put my thoughts together on how I want to do this quick discussion with you all. So somebody read the chat for me real quickly here.
Go ahead, Michael.
I was gonna let the women do it since we've been talking all day. They've heard enough from us.
Well, it says Tamika Nicole was saying, "Hey, ladies, big ups to the men." I had mentioned earlier when somebody made a comment, I said, men wish to fix the issue a woman has if possible. Women often want a man to just listen and be there and not necessarily fix anything. But in the midst of listening, she mostly figures it out on her own. Shamika Nicole also added, as adults, we all need to provide for ourselves first before we can even consider being in a relationship. So the man protecting and providing should already be an everyday occurrence for men and women. Meaning it should be a collaborative effort on everyone's part based on what those two people decide it should look like in their relationship. Okay, she keep adding. A lot of times it's men feeling inadequate for not being able to protect and provide without the woman placing that expectation on them. So
All
that
right.
was added in the chat.
All righty. Well, you know what I want to do? I'm going to throw a word out here and there. And I just want to see, and I want y'all to be, okay, Blake said his iPad is dying, so we lost him because his iPad was dying. Perhaps he'll come back in if he can. When I do this, it's not necessarily rapid fire, but I want some hardcore answers, and I don't want you all to drown and die because y'all getting a little too quiet for me right now. I want to hype you back up again. Now there is a difference in how a man and a woman see these things. First one, argument. There's a total different interpretation of the word argument with a man and with a woman. There's no right or wrong answers. Go. I want to see what you feel.
That's emotion versus
It
logic.
depends on what it is.
You said emotion versus what?
Emotion versus logic. That's what I said. I'll say it again. I said emotions versus logic.
So I'll say this to be fair. Now that goes. I'm going against what I said earlier, but
be your devil's advocate.
Nah. So, but typically we'll say emotions versus logic because most women, or a lot of the times, let me fix that. A lot of the times, women are coming from a place of emotion. Hey, I want you. I need you. I need your time. I need your presence. And men are trying to be logical due to the societal standards placed upon them to be the provider, the protector, and the rest of all of that. So, as a like Margo said in this chat, like, men are problem solvers. They're trying to fix things, right? So when they're engaging or interacting with their spouse, if she looks upset, if her mood or attitude seems displeased, he's trying to figure out what's wrong and how do I get her to be happy or bring a smile to her face or get her to be in a positive mood. And that's a constant. That is always a constant. I gotta make sure this is right. I gotta make sure this is good because I don't want her to be mad, upset, or whatever. I want to keep the wife happy because that's what we're taught, right? Keep the wife happy. Happy wife, happy life. But there's no saying for what a woman's, responsibility of making sure that the man is whatever the hell a man is supposed to be. You hear happy wife, happy life. You don't hear happy husband and some good love or whatever the hell, like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's no saying for that, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It has to be happiness,
right.
Happiness too.
So like with Shamika's comment about saying that men should already know that be a provider, be a protector. See, that's why I say society places those responsibilities upon us, and then we take to that, and then we make that our truth, or we make that the real deal. You know what I'm saying? But if you look into the animal kingdom, it's the survival of the fittest. So who's ever the fittest is you know what I'm saying, entailed or more adamant of surviving. So, for example, I retired and I lost a lot of the comforts that I had being in the military. It took 3 months for all of my stuff to kick in. So for 3 months, after being employed and being macho or whatever for 22 years, I was nothing. And my old lady, working for, the DOJ, the Department of Justice, based off of how she got hired and whatever, her salary was carrying the household. Now, pride telling me, shit, I got to do something. I can't just sit here and do something. So I'm sitting here I contemplated old ways of making sure that motherfucking money was right in his house. See what I'm saying? Now we'll leave it at that. But she carried that for 3 months until my shit kicked in, and then I was able to, contribute once more once my, retirement and benefits and all that stuff kicked in. So it's the survival of the fittest, and that woman took that. And while I'm sitting here going through my emotion and my woes and my depression and my feeling down about myself not being able to hold my obligation as a man because that's what I was taught, she's steady trying to support me and tell me, I got us, I got us, I got us. But I'm too busy looking at the numbers game. I'm looking at what I was making and what you making and how it don't equate. I'm looking at, that's a lot to ask of this woman that I'm supposed to be taking care of. And I have no problem with that responsibility whatsoever. I'm old school. Go to work, get the money to mama, keep $100 or $200 to myself and keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? Right. But with all of that, trying to always be a problem solver, emotion versus logic, it can be flipped. That's what I was saying. I went off track a little bit, but it can be flipped because men can be emotional. And in that state, I was emotional. And she had to be the logical person. You see what I'm saying? So it's not always men being logical, women being emotional. That shit can flip depending on the situation or the scenario. And the success of a man's kingdom comes from the strength of his queen. Because we think we big, mad, and mighty, but we ain't shit compared to our counterpart or without the help or assistance or the aid of our counterpart. And that's the reason you got with the individual you was trying to be with anyway, because you saw something in them that lets you know that they are for you or they're a good fit for you. So why not extend all efforts into maintaining that and ensuring that it lasts forever?
Guilty as charged.
I like that. And okay, my second word is this.
sorry, Shamika, if I misquoted you, baby girl. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm reading the comments.
Yeah. I didn't know who it was that exploded it.
Tanya, real quick. Hold up.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna put sister on blast real quick.
Uh-oh.
My Flowmaster sister. I would love for you to show that face with some words. You have a lot to contribute. You know who I'm talking to. You know who I'm talking about. Flowmaster Sister Holmes. Bring it on home. Come on.
Come on in. Bring it in.
Bring it on home.
You know better. We go Cavalier Park. Flowmaster. Come on. Anyway.
Well, you know what? I wanted to just see the differences in what men and women of the word argument. Sometimes what I see is there's a difference in the interpretation of if you're arguing or not. You know, this is an argument, and the other one is like, this is just a discussion. We're just trying to work some stuff out. Just different things.
Like, we ain't arguing. It's just we're just passionate about the discussion.
So
yeah.
Now
I kind of wanted to hear what y'all gonna say about that.
That flip. That right there, that flippity flop, like.
But you know what?
We bring a point. We bring argument.
I think they're all inclusive.
No, I'm just discussing it. Yeah, you really discussed it with the iron fist and a lot of.
Your tone is you getting louder and everything. Like,
I think it's all inclusive, though. I think it may be a topic or the content evokes emotion, and it evokes emotion in a passionate response. So I'm one of them people. I'm not gonna lie, I'm emotional as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Because I have a lot of passion, but I'm emotional as fuck. So a lot of my rhetoric, if you will, comes from being loud. I'm an extrovert, being loud, people person, and blah 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 blah. And then this lady here is like introvert and like yo, you doing too much yelling for me. And soon as the tone inflates or elevated, shut down.
Shut
See
down.
what I'm saying?
I'm like that
So,
too. Shut down.
so, but I think something being said related to the content sparks an emotional, reaction, and then it's accompanied by passion, and then something that starts off smooth, mellow ends up to yelling or elevated tone, which then triggers the other person to defend themselves depending on their background and their upbringing and so on and so forth. And then something that was supposed to be pleasant turns out to be hell on earth. Like,
Right.
It's two ways to approach it, and there's two outcomes to those two ways you approach that situation. What y'all discussing? You can approach it calmly and just be, because sometimes it can be something real simple. I forgot, somebody posted something on a YouTube or TikTok where the female came through the door and her man was sitting on the couch, and she like drops her purse down on the couch, and she kind of just stumbles off to the kitchen like. And he's like, you can approach this two ways. He goes in the kitchen. He's like, hey, babe, what's the matter? What's going on? Blah, blah. What's the matter? And he approached it calmly. The other one, he's like, why you do that? You tripping, folks. And then the outcome was way worse. Then there's the argument. But two different ways you can approach it and depend on,
it's an argument. That's not this problem. It's an argument or becomes. That's that mass. That's that bullshit. It's an argument for one person. There's one person that's proving the point, right?
And Shamika just said just that. She said, "I argue point blank and period."
Right.
Sometimes
go ahead and read it.
She said, Shamika says, "I argue point blank and period. Sometimes it's passionate, but most of the time I'm arguing because I'm trying to prove my point." And Rick says, but points are not really considered if it's only yours that's required. Requires attention by argument.
Yeah, because I think even with that little TikTok thing, when it got to the bottom of it, old girl just was upset that they got her drink to go and get Starbucks or something. It was something like real simple. It could have been not even turning into a.
But that's an example of bringing outside energy into your home.
Right.
Well, you know what? I wanted to see what you thought about the argument. Okay, now I want to know when it comes to the compromise, because men and women have a different idea too about the compromise. Because I'm gonna tell you my interpretation in a few minutes. Give me yours first.
So I think with
I think your mic.
I think with myself, now I gotta turn myself up. Hold on. I don't think you can hear me. Okay, there we go. I think I'm definitely one of those people who is very passionate when we have a discussion. And a lot of times it is my spouse. And it's not always a good thing. It's not. Sometimes I'm not proud of it, but sometimes I'm just kind of stuck in my ways. And so, but we work through it. I think our communication is a lot better, but compromise definitely is something I'm not good at.
Recognizing the strengths and the weaknesses. That's very important. And why am I can hear myself and yours? Anyway.
I'm okay with compromising. It just depends on what we're compromising about. Because
that part.
Certain things, it'd be like, how we gonna compromise on this, really? Because this is stuff that just gotta get done, or this is stuff that it's just gotta happen, but it ain't really, we each need to pull our weight. But it's certain things I'll compromise. I have no issue. But don't think I'm supposed to just give up everything because I'm the more mellow and understanding and patient person, and whoever is a little bit more high strung, high rate, prideful. It's definitely got to be. You come down here where I'm at, we'll figure this out. But
Who's to say that compromise means that we're having to give anything? Who says that that's what that means?
Say that again.
To me, what I was thinking about is how men and women can think about it differently. Like one of them sometimes lies.
Sometimes
it's not over. It's not over for one of them.
Even a lie, even in the
you know what I'm saying? It's a lie.
I can admit that, like,
just to save face.
Quick to bring it up later down the line.
Yeah, because it's gonna come back if it's not resolved.
You said la la la.
Remember when?
Yeah.
So there's a lie that comes in there in order to just end it, because one of them is tired sometimes. One of them is tired because of physical. One of them is tired because of mental. One just wants to get out and be done with it, or maybe both. So the lie comes in.
Could be.
That's what I'm talking about when I talk about.
Y'all ever
Michael, you got any weigh in on this one before we move on?
Now, what was go back over the thing? I was trying to read comments and get caught up. Go back over your question.
I was talking about the compromise, how sometimes one or both parties is lying in the compromise just to end it.
It only gets worse.
Yeah, so it's not over.
Well, put it like this here. The compromise comes when both people agree to handle the root cause. See,
the
a lot
real
of times,
compromise, not the fake one I'm talking about.
What I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying, because a lot of times the root cause is never handled or never addressed. Remember, you start the argument based off of emotion and passion, and you end up talking about shit from a month ago.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Now, and remember, it's the squeaky wheel that gets the oil. So if you didn't, you know what I'm saying? If you didn't squeak a month ago, then I don't want to hear shit about this current situation. You know what I'm saying? But now we're talking about something else, right? So had you told me something was squeaking a month ago, I could have addressed it or handled it a month ago. So now we're talking about, you know what I'm saying, the noise that's coming from the refrigerator that needs to be fixed. And now you want to bring up the damn wheel from your tile a month ago. Well, I could have fixed your tile a month ago, but now it's a problem because you never told me. And now you telling me that the refrigerator needs fixing and your wheel needs fixing. But why the hell you didn't tell me your wheel was fucked up a month ago?
Because you was driving in the car and you
right. Yeah. If was a
could have heard it and
right. Well, look here. That's the if. That is the if factor. If was a fifth, then the whole world would be drunk. See what I'm saying? So it's the compromise comes with actually taking care of the root cause of whatever the issue is. Now, understand this. How about this? You have a discussion, you're trying to address something, or you're trying to find resolve, but then somebody gets emotionally and passionately charged, and you never get to resolving that issue. And then you go to bed mad, or you whatever, you wake up, you make up, but guess what you never did? You never finished that conversation that took back. So now it's a reoccurring thing. So getting to the root, and that'll be the end of that.
Right. Okay. I got one more thing.
Real quick, here's the beauty about argument.
Okay.
At some point in your relationship and in your understanding, eventually those old arguments that you were passionate, argumentative about, they become a sitcom, like
a reference point. I say
we used to fuss about that. Like, we used to be at each other's throats about that. Like, we're able to laugh, even in the midst of an argument or debate or whatever or discussion. Me recognizing signs of growth and betterment is being able to laugh, or laugh about the issues that we once felt debatable or argumentative about. It's no longer like matured from that. Like, we used to fuss at each other about that. Yeah, we used to. Like, you've grown. You know, I think that's like the most important thing about compromise: the willingness to understand, the willingness to change and to reciprocate ideas, understanding of where somebody's coming from. So it's like, when you mature, it's like we arguing over dumb shit. We used to argue over dumb shit, like a lot of dumb shit, and you know, and that's to me that's growth. You're able to laugh at that, you know.
Yeah.
But also repeated that.
Y'all both
So
be back
there's
there talking about that was so stupid. Yeah.
so there's four things that most arguments come over and that end most relationships. Some of them are pretty, you know, like what, that a relationship ended over this one, but you're gonna hear it. Food,
Money.
family, finances, and fucking. Those are the four things that most people argue about: food, family, finances, and fucking.
In the fellowship hall.
Say that again.
In the fellowship hall in the church we used to attend, he said the very same thing. He actually said three. He said family, finances, and what he said? He said family, finances, and fidelity.
So food, finances, family, and fucking, and I call that the four F's. And my goal is to never argue about those things, because those things ought to be, should be, or is currently being handled. So I don't want to argue about that. But guess what you end up arguing about?
Those same things.
You would think they would be like off limits, but no.
You say, Margo, what you say?
I said you would think they would be some points that would be kind of off limits to really go into, you know, full detail with argumenting, and no, but no.
Like I'll tell you this. Like I'll give like a little bit. Hey, how you gonna get this and get that?
Oh shit.
Okay, girl, you're right. Just like I'm not gonna mention you getting this and be getting that, right? And I'll be like this. Just keep driving, Rick. Shut up and just keep driving. Don't say nothing else.
Think about it a little bit more.
That face? Are you gonna make that face? Yeah, it's like, you know, but it's like funny, but now it's like funny, but back then, like in my 20-year-old self, like, how you gonna start like going back and forth? I'm like, wait a second. Yeah, I mean, she's right. And it's at this point, it's out and open, it's been out and open. It's worth laughing about. Like, how you gonna call the ghetto black man, you know, you find, you know, then fish. You know, this racism, I'm not gonna take it from you. You know, this is why spouses in the same studio, it's real.
Now, I also like the idea, even in the midst of being like so angry or upset with each other, in trying to compromise or having had an argument, if the two, even if you're upset still and don't want to talk as much with one another, still in some kind of small way to rectify, you know, or to start with forgiving or healing or whatever, with the two in the relationship decide to actually go to bed, still not be silly with each other while they're laying in the same bed next to each other. And the cutest thing I think I even saw, even with a TikTok, was like, come over here. I'm still mad at you, but I don't care. Throw your leg over me and your head on my chest so I can still go to sleep. You know, that he's like, we still gotta go to sleep, and you know how we like to sleep right next to each other. Like, what's the point? We mad, but oh well. Come throw your leg on me and put your head on my chest so I can go to sleep too.
That's cute.
Like, yeah,
I will angrily look.
Gold crusty bunions and all.
I still throw a blanket over you, even if I don't like you, even if I want to choke you with it.
That's when you tell them, I will angrily snuggle with you.
Yeah. Because that's love. That's all it is.
Hold on. What do one of the socks say? See that, baby? You talking about you going through some stuff. You talking about love? You see that bullet wound on your daddy's shoulder? That's love. See, when I find out he's talking to the
I know that's right.
Yeah.
So I want to do this real quick. I want Mike, you to hit that chat. And while Mike is on the chat, I want everybody to think about the subject matter of this forum and give me one quick solution. We've already discussed whether or not there's hurting women or not, your opinion. I want one solution one solution, just one solution to the issue. But Mike, hit the chat real quick, and then everybody give me the solution, and then we get out.
All right, I will go back to. Hold on. All right, I'm trying to get it. Bam, 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 bam. All right, so I think. Let me see. I think. Okay, I'll just go back. I think the last one I think I seen, if I'm not mistaken, was when Margo said men wish to fix an issue a woman has. If possible, women often want a man to just listen and not necessarily fix anything. In the midst of listening, she mostly figures it out on her own, right? Okay, so basically she's able to answer her own questions by talking about it out loud. A lot of people tend to do that. As adults, we all need to provide for ourselves first before and this is coming from Shamika, sorry. As adults, we all need to provide for ourselves first before we can even consider being in a relationship. So man protecting and providing should already be an everyday occurrence for men and women in the regards of everyone taking care of themselves first, then contributing their skill set and everything else to the relationship.
Oh, I
Meaning,
think we need to. I'm sorry. I think we need to. It's down to the 12:06. I think.
well, I'm at 12:49. So.
Oh.
Okay, let me finish.
I'm coming to comment as well.
Yeah, so she was saying, meaning if you on YouTube, then it'd be delayed sometime. You gotta recycle your thing. Then it says, meaning it should be a collaborative effort on everyone's part. Still Shamika talking, y'all. Everyone's part based on what those two people decide it should look like in their relationship. So basically, she's saying what's between two people is between two people. Then she says, Shamika still says, a lot of times it's men feeling inadequate for not being able to protect and provide without the woman placing that expectation on them. Again, she's correct because of societal pressures of doing so. And I just kind of gave that example earlier when I was like, I felt some kind of way during a transition phase. And then that's when she told me to please quote her correctly. And I had to apologize for my inquotedness. All right, and then she kind of comments on Rick's Flow Masters. I guess that's an insider personal joke. Then she says, I argue. I think we read that one. I think that's what you were talking about, Margo. You mean 106. Oh, no, you're Central. That's why. Aha. I apologize for my snootiness. Yep. Yeah, my snootiness. And then as she said, I've learned to argue when I've cooked a man a good meal because his mouth will be full and he can't argue back. She said just kidding. She said, look, she said just kidding, but nah, she ain't playing.
No, you know not to kid.
Right.
No, it's the main ingredients. Food.
So then I told a smart woman, Shamika, I said he's too busy stuffing their face and chewing instead in order to argue or respond effectively. And then basically the chat goes into me posting the reason people argue in the 4 Fs. So the 4 Fs. So let me do this publicly because I tried to be kind of snooty because I thought I was on a roll and I got interrupted. But I owe Miss Margo an apology because she was right. The time difference I wasn't paying attention to. So ma'am, I apologize on or publicly on national or whatever, how many streams of whatever venue we on. All right. My bad, mama.
All right. Well, you know what? We need to wrap it. So as we wrap it, we always like to give a solution. I want to go around and don't make it a 15-minute dissertation, but still give me the answer, the solution to the issue that you see about. Okay, go ahead, Margaret.
I'll just say for the man to start opening up and including your female, your wife, your girlfriend, whatever you want to call her, opening up slowly if you're fearful or nervous about how much, because you don't want to just dump it all in their lap at one time, but do it slowly. Just let them know that if the problem ain't them or if it's just other stuff that's going on in your life. But let them in.
Right.
Just let them
All
in.
right. Thank you. Thank you, Margo. Any other final points of solution from?
I would say what I was gonna say, but just communicate better. I just feel like you need to communicate better. Just come together, sit down, and have a resolution, talk it over.
I would say this. My thing would be this: get out the house. People go to work, and when you say, well, what the hell do you mean? People go to work and they bring work home, or somebody sits at home and fester all day, and then when that person comes in, it's like, you're here. I've been here all day by myself. I need because we're social beings. Get outside of the house. Go to a different location if you can, or a different establishment, and then discuss the day. Because look at it this way: the drive over to the establishment or wherever you're going or meeting somewhere gives you that time to decompress as you journey to that location, or the other individual to decompress. Or when you come home and you change or whatever, you're getting ready, you got time to kind of decompress and transition to home mode. But if you get away from the home, then that one less thing is for someone to look around the house and be like, oh, look at these clothes, and then bring that into something. So get away from, what I'm saying, the house, and then try to have that conversation. Like I said, if you can, sometimes you're not allowed to due to kids and other responsibilities, but if you can, try to find that moment. And then we say communication is key, but one of the things I notice is no one ever tells you how to conduct that communication in order to be effective. So figure out the how, and then get away from the house, and then figure out the how, and then communicate the way that you need to, in order to bring peace and stability to your home.
I want to add one thing to Michael. If you're getting out and you're looking at both of y'all and y'all out in public or having that moment, if it gets intense, then y'all both can't sit there and act the fool in public. So that's another way to look at it. You both can't act the fool in public. So,
right.
So it's
All
going
right.
to down, but yeah.
Cool. Thanks, Margo. Rika, Toshiba, any final before we get out?
I'll let you go ahead. Oh, come on.
Thank you. So I think it always starts with self. I'm a big proponent of self, especially the last couple of years. You gotta start with self first, and when you start healing yourself, then everyone around you starts healing, and you can do that by self-reflection during meditation. Meditation isn't always just sitting still in quietness, although it is for me, but it's not that for everybody. It's listening to music, it's drawing, it's dancing, being in nature. And it doesn't have to be a long time. It can be just 15, 20 minutes a day. If you can do that, just take that time for yourself and be in gratitude. Instead of looking at everything that's wrong, just find a few things that's good, that you're thankful for, that's working. Because we're a reflection of the people around us. And so if you got a stank attitude,
Is that you?
Mute.
It's still muted. It's double muted.
Okay.
No, you weren't muted. So it's being in gratitude and having a positive attitude, living intentionally. So if you come home and decide to be in a good mood, or if you're working, we both work from home, so we see each other all the time. He works upstairs and I work downstairs.
Get out that house.
Yeah, you got to get out the house, and you just got to be, like I said, choosing to be in gratitude helps, and healing helps, and taking time for self helps, and then you can come together and be one and have unity and have a peaceful, safe environment so that you can talk to each other. That's it. That's all.
Can we talk for a minute? Y'all better take it. Hey, them old school folks who singing about something, man.
I know, right? Rick, you wrap it for us. Then we can get on out.
Why you trying to make it sound like you give me permission? Like, see, that's what I'm talking about. I'm glad I got them on mute. Look, let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
I would say just give it how you want it. Give it how you want it.
Give it how you want it.
Yeah, baby. Give it how you want it, huh? Come here, girl.
You want this and that, and that just across the board. If you want the right response, if you want the right inquisitions, if you want the right engagement, then check the starting point first. You know, at the door, then we know, just people. You know when someone is going in, and you know if they're coming, if they're curious about what's within. There's a difference. If they're coming in on you, or are they concerned with what's going on within on you? You know, do you really give a damn? You know, you're approaching it as such. You know, it's not about rules. It's not that. But it's a matter of sharing the perimeters and giving that same aspect of going in or approaching it as you would want the response to be. It goes hand in hand, and not compiling, issues after issues after issues. Because here's the thing, what I've learned: we get more compliments from strangers on our jobs than we do in our own environment. A lot of times. So for the others to upstroke what you would like at home, then start with yourself. Are you doing those same things? Are you voluntarily sharing the goodness in your household, with individuals in your household? But do you recognize that within yourself first? You know, it's not a matter of just waiting on people to tell you. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in order for you to witness and be receptive to those good things, you yourself have to do that first. You have to do that first because it is your concern. It is about your well-being. And for you to maintain a well-being and a healthy household or a family ship, you need to do that first, continuously. You've done your part, whether they do theirs or not. That's not your concern. But at the same time, be readily available to share, where people come off wrong with when they approach you. But hopefully they have the willingness to receive like how they came off wrong. So as long as you do your part and remain blameless as much as you can, no one can approach you about the same negative context about your character or what you do. Because it's an ever-going thing. It never ends, but that's the beauty of it. To deal with it, share with it, and laugh about it. Okay, I'm done with that. Let's go to something else. Okay, I'm done with that. We moved on. Let's go from that. We continuously graduated and not taking remedial classes about the same bullshit. So yeah, that's my take on that. Just learn and just grow and just be able to laugh about it. You know what I'm saying? So
okay.
Hey,
All right.
Tanya.
Well,
Tanya, I just want to say this real quick. Communication is an exchange of messages, thoughts, and ideas. In order to do that effectively, you have a sender, a message, and a receiver.
Mm-hmm.
In order to go from point A to point B, you have to have a common language or a method of transmission. So once you agree upon a common language or method of transmission, the sender sends out the message upon the agreed upon language to the receiver. The receiver receives it and then interprets the message, and then they send it back. So when people say how to communicate, dictate your message and be clear and precise in your message to make sure that it's understood. You have the agreed upon language and then the method of transmission, and then respect and understand the person on the other end, and that they also will have something to say as well. And then that goes back and forth and plays out. So communication being essential to a relationship, the exchange of messages, thoughts, and ideas with an agreed upon language and method of transmission, and then respect for the two parties on each end.
All right. Thank you, man.
Tanya, before Mike was gonna say that, I was I was looking at Steve Harvey at one of his old shows, and there was an old couple up there. He was the man was 103, and the wife was 100 years old. They were 3 years apart. They had been married for 58 years. Mm-hmm. And Steve Harvey asked the lady. She said, he said, "How is it that y'all stay together? What's one good rule to y'all marriage that made y'all stay this long?" And the only thing that old woman said, she said one word: communication.
I agree.
So communication is the key.
Being able to talk and being able to listen. Being allowed to talk and being allowed to listen. Listen and talk and listen. Receive the message.
Okay, well, I'm ready to get out of this show. So I am going to give my interpretation. Read Toshiba's message real quick. I'm getting out of this show, y'all. Toshiba says, the golden rule: do unto others as you want done unto you. And then she says, we have to give grace to ourselves. Sometimes we are so critical of ourselves. Even when the positivity comes, we don't even recognize it anymore. And so she says, let's let go of self-sabotaging thoughts and habits, right? And then Mr. Mindright says, say that then. Go ahead, Shamika, spit that knowledge. Well, I guess that was Toshiba, that is Shamika.
No, I was saying that I was saying Shamika's comment.
Back further.
No, that was Toshiba. Oh shit, that was Toshiba. My apologies, that was Toshiba. Shit,
okay.
Like I told you, my shit delayed.
Well, I want to make my comment real quick, and then we're gonna get out because Tanya got a little tired now. But really, what I want to say is this: when it comes to the whole thing with the men hurting the women and the silent pain, it does go back for me. It goes back to societal pressures and all kinds of things that men deal with. You know, something that Blake said earlier, generational curses. It goes back to all of that as how the whole makeup of the man, and then what brings into the relationship, what he brings into the relationship, but also what that female brings in there too, whatever she's taught. We got to do better. We just have to do better at understanding that part. And what that is like everybody been saying tonight, communication. Because you're not going to know how I was raised and the things that I feel unless you communicate with me and we come to an understanding of not how we were raised, what other people taught us. We come to a communication and a compromise about how we are going to be in the relationship. Enough said for me.
What I need from you is understanding.
You love that song. Put that song. Oh my God.
That was a song though back in the day.
Yeah, it was. But
simple as 1, 2,
oh my God. Hey,
you getting out of this, y'all? Because I'm tired now. So let's go to break. Thank y'all for tuning into the living room. We go to break. We come back in a minute. We wrap things up. Let's go. Okay. And we're back. You know, I'm over here and he never does this, but my baby over here just a farting. He back there just farted up a star, but I'm
What he eat
like,
tonight? What he eat
I keep
tonight?
looking. He ate his chicken and rice, and I'm looking back and I'm like, and he looked at me like it must be you. And so I'm like, he never does that. So I'm gonna take him out soon to see what if there's an issue, you know. But I said I need to get out of this show. All this going on over here, all this action
And so
going
you
on
know,
over here.
the dog say you know damn well I gotta take a shit.
That's what I
I'm
was
gonna tell you
thinking.
something. Yeah.
He got to get rid of them stickers and eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah. But let's go ahead and see about what y'all got going on this week. Rick, what you got coming up so we can get on out of here.
So I have an art collective going on here in Dallas. I've been starting my artwork here August 6th, and then the exhibition begins the following week. Looking forward to that. That's like my focus, meditating on that, on what I want to execute. If I want to incorporate new pieces or old pieces. What else? Just striking it through, finding new scripts, approaches with my venture that I have going on here. Just living and learning and just enjoying being told about myself, even in this conversation, in this podcast. I'm learning a lot.
All right.
So like when I sit down, when I'm shutting up, I want to shut up mode. Enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? Like time, like get long winded. But here's the thing. Everybody in my house is long winded. I just think that's like perhaps I created the culture of being long winded. But
Look, he being long-winded in the long-winded response. Look at him.
and it's like it's anyway. Rick, shut up. But that's it. Just enjoying life, getting through this these 10-day, these 10-hour just for like the last 3 weeks. That's another thing. And but yeah, that's it. Just remind myself of just building, staying creative, and just enjoying life. And that's it. Y'all can have it.
Thanks for being here, Rick. Thank you, darling.
Oh,
Right.
I thank Blake for being here, brother. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Blake, for being here. It's great having him.
Nice to meet
He hopes to be
Mr.
invited.
Right.
He hopes to be invited to a future shows, and I already told him he already is.
Oh yeah, I would love to have him back anytime. Anytime.
Yes.
All right, Mike.
My week is simple. I got an interview on Monday, and I'm just waiting to hear back to see what the future holds. That'll let me know if I need to go ahead and start my graduate program or focus on learning a new job.
Gotcha. All right, thanks for being here. Margo, go. And the grand cat.
Yeah, that's one of the main things. Is just taking care of that grand cat because my boy's
The
kind of
cat is so cute.
50 with him now, so he's pretty much a lot more of my responsibility. Grand cat, still cleaning and organizing, back porch, shed, all that stuff, cutting grass, and tomorrow I have a writing workshop, and I'm gonna dive into my poetry, see how deep I can go. So that's
okay.
For tomorrow.
At what point are you going to bring the grand cat on so we can see him?
Come
on now.
Eventually, at least once, but he probably in there sleeping. He ain't really ran back here in a minute, so yeah, I will.
Okay. All right. All right, Tashiba, what you got coming up this week?
Nothing. It feels good to have nothing sometimes, right?
Right.
So maybe some meditations and just getting Savant ready for Passport to Discovery for Barbizon.
Right.
Congratulations.
Always so
cool. Cool.
So, but that's it really. I've just really been I found a new meditation place and I absolutely love it. I love the experiences I've been having there. I didn't go tonight, so I could do the show, but I'll probably go next week, so you guys might not see me next week.
All right.
Yeah, so, but we are doing a gong meditation on Sunday. So I'm
I like
definitely going to that.
I like the bowls. My sister has a friend in Houston that has. She bought them, and she did it once while I was there, and I did feel like,
Oh, yeah.
meditation. It was
Yes.
serious. Like, whoa, like hold on, like what?
What's happening?
Yeah, but it was good.
It's,
It was a good feeling.
yes, so she does the whole thing. She does the bowls, she does the gong, she has like the ocean sounding and the rattles and all of it's an hour of bliss.
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
To me,
That's good.
That's how I feel my cup back up.
Right.
So what about me? Racism.
But thanks for being here, Toshiba. Thanks for being here tonight. Rod, what you got coming up this week?
Waiting on the contractor to come through.
Okay.
I'll get some remodeling done.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna come and try to put a walk-in shower in my bathroom.
Ooh.
To help me out. So, and then I gotta find another contractor to come and do my roof.
All
My
right.
roof, I'm gonna let them do like partial, do different sections where it's bad at, then go back next month, do another, area. But
Okay.
that's about all I got to do is sit around and wait for the contractors to come through.
Okay, cool. Thanks for being here. Only thing I'm gonna say for myself, I got one thing. I'm going to the doctor on Monday. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you damn right.
Yeah, everything else from there.
You better.
Yeah, you damn right. Cause no pimping.
Yes.
Hell of high water. I don't care if I have to walk down the middle of the freeway. I will be there.
Naked.
I will pay for your Uber before you walk. Don't do that.
Okay, so that is the main goal. And next week we'll pray together.
Yes.
And that is simple.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna pray for simplicity.
Wow.
In healing.
And own it and live by it.
Okay.
All right. Social media. Run my social media before we get on out of here. Let's go. We hope that you have enjoyed this episode of Art Imitates Live with Tanya Dixon. So be sure to like and subscribe. And also check us out on all of our other social media. I'm thinking about this. I got to create my first TikTok video soon. I'm going to wait, but I got to do TikTok soon. That's the next thing to conquer. So we'll work on that soon. But thank you all for being here. I'm ready to get on out of the show because I thought maybe I was going to run away and run to get something to drink or something when the guys were on, but I was so busy listening to them. So I am parched. I said, as soon as the show is over, I got to disappear and get some water or something because I am going just down. So thank you all for being here. And thank you all out there for taking the time to listen tonight. Tonight was a special show. I really appreciate and enjoy the guys having their roundtable about the silent pain of Black men. We learned a lot. And then the women coming in and talking and having the whole discussion. There's a lot that you learn when you bring everybody together and people can speak honestly, without reservation. It really helps a lot. And that's where the learning comes in.
Yeah, and Tanya, just real quick, I just want to interject. In terms of gratitude, I want to take time out to give my peers just giving recognition for my own self. Margo and Mike, you know, going through a lot of, you know, individuals that can contribute, you know, that's willing or, you know, whether or not they consider it a trial or what have you. I just want to thank you guys for having, not about just having my back. I definitely want to thank you for being a stronghold and a pillar with Tanya's podcast.
Thank you.
A lot. That really means a lot. Like having some go-to and some individuals.
Oh, thank you.
Mike. Because like I'm like this, like I want to give you guys like appreciation and gratitude, but not to take away from what Tanya wants to do. But I just want to let you guys know I really appreciate it because there's a lot of cats, you know, individuals that you know we go through and like, hey, you know, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But regardless, I thank the both of you so much for being a part of this and committing yourselves as such. That really means a lot. That speaks volumes, and I really appreciate it. Personally, I really do.
Well,
so it's not about just having my back, but more so supporting you and speaking your own. You know, giving you are presented with an opportunity to speak on and be who you are, say who you are, and that really means a lot because that, in a sense, that's still a reflection of me as well. And I really
because Rick worked hard on the recruiting process, and he brought you all in, and he's working to bring some people in, and so I really appreciate it as well. And then I have to say the same thing for Ronk. Ronk's been riding with. I don't know what Ronk is doing with her fingers right now, her screen, but she is killing me with them damn fingers on that screen. If she don't stop putting them damn fingers on that screen.
Hold on, real quick, and I definitely want to share gratitude and appreciation to my lovely wife. Thank you for being out. She could be doing her soaps and her meditation and her self thing. You know, taking time out and giving to the show as well. That speaks volumes with both of us. You know, in terms of our relationship, our marriage, and our friendship. You know what I'm saying? That really means a lot. That getting my baby last week coming to the show as well, like getting involved.
Yeah.
That lets me know that I'm doing what's necessary. You know, for them to be a part of it. That lets me know that.
And it's much appreciated from my end. I don't want it to go unsaid. When I tell you all thank you every week, I really mean it because nobody really has to be here. And it's a dedication. And it's something that I learned from Austin, Texas many years ago. When people really want to do something, they do it. Because people used to get up and come to those shows in Austin, and I watched the way that you all do it here. You know, you do it because you want to be here. And that's so appreciated. It really does not go unseen. And I think about it every week when we get ready to do this. And especially when we wrap another show, it's like another one under the belt. This is show 51 right here. I haven't told y'all that, but this is show 51. We are halfway to 100 right now. You know what I'm saying?
All right now. I'm going. Hey, just in case y'all are wondering, you add this to your resumes and let them know that you are educating the public. So once she gives you the numbers of how many viewers, you can say that you were
social
educating.
Influencer.
There you go.
I want think about getting my boy Lewis on there. Margo, y'all know who Lewis is, baby. You know who Lewis is.
Luis Padilla. Luis Padilla.
My brother.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Este nombre es Luis Padilla.
But we plan on doing a lot of growing, a lot of things, you know, that's in store for the show. But, you know, I'm slow to speak because I don't always know the timing. You know, I got some ideas, but no, we got a lot that we're going to do with this show.
Are you saying that your mind is right, Tanya?
Yeah, my mind is right.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate it. And again, I want to say to Veronica rolls since the old days of Blog Talk Radio. She's been with me since then, you know. So from Blog Talk all the way over here to the podcast, she's been rolling. And now her and them fingers get on my nerve. I don't know if she's still doing them fingers. But,
Hey,
but y'all,
I'm holding my phone. I'm holding the phone.
Yeah, let's
okay.
ride. Let's ride. Let's ride.
Tanya,
Okay,
thank
we're gonna
you.
get on out of here.
All
Thank
right,
you all for tuning in for another
peace.
edition of Art Imitates Life.
Let's
And as I
ride,
always
baby.
say, imparting good things come to those who believe. Better things come to those who are patient. But the best things come to those who never give
Give
up.
up.
I'm
I
Tanya
like the way
Dixon.
you ride it. Let's ride.
Thank you. This is the living room team here, the forum, the folks, the people, and the supporters. So I thank you all, and I hope you have a beautiful week. We'll see you next time on Art Imitates Live.
Bye.
The
Thanks
real
for being
deal.
here.
Holyfield, baby. You know what I'm
All
saying?
right.